Welcome back to the long-awaited Ronin campaign. As we begin Season 2, we'll do a quick recap and reintroduce everyone's characters. So this campaign is a homebrew 5th edition D&D mini-campaign, which we've been playing. It's been, I think, 6 or 8 months or something since the first 3 games, or episodes as we've been calling them. And the story so far takes place in an Asian-inspired, but definitely still fantasy-themed world called Sekai. And the land was ruled by an elven shogun who ruled for 500 plus years, but with no heir. And his brother, who is a warrior known as the Barricuda, planned his assassination as soon as the Shogun Sun, finally had an heir. This is his, after 500 years of no offspring, he finally had a Prince Oji. And so the Barricuda planned a coup and assassinated the Shogun, the king, and tried to exterminate all of the royalty family members as well. But our daring band of heroes and adventurers saved the prince, and pretty much through the first 3 episodes we met Kaori Yan, who is one of the generals of the Shogun Sun, Liu Shang, who is a samurai who rose to the challenge of this cause, as well as 2 others, Iwaski, who was a geisha, one of the few practitioners of magic in Sekai. And then additionally we had Gakido, who was a part Oni monster hunter and who gave his life in defense of the village at the end of the 3rd episode. And so Prince Oji, who's been entrusted into the care of the geishas with Sato and Iwaski, has been left under their care with Liu Shang, who's kind of acting as a guard. Iwaski continues her business, so I'm going to take her token off of the game. And Sato and Oji, the queen has put Sato to be the caretaker of her son while she's had to flee. And so Liu Shang, he's been over at I guess it's been the capital, and we'll kind of start there. So as we talked a little bit about what is Liu Shang doing over these 18 months that have passed. The baby Oji is still a very young infant. Elves age differently than humans, and so even though it's been a year and a half, he's still very, very young.
He would have retired his armor into a hidden place and would have put the sword and become like a common worker, or I guess at some point I believe his plan was to go out to a farm once the kid was older, but and just kind of, but he was kind of like all of his samurai stuff is put away. He looks just like a standard farmer. I had a scene in my head where he is, after he receives the note about what we need to do, that he is going into this hidden room, and opening up a hidden compartment, and just in formal clothes, and then pulling out the okatana from this wrapped blanket that has been put away, hidden for the last 8 year and a half.
I forgot that you have the okatana. It's the really long sword. That's awesome. So after I think we had said that Prince Oji is at the Geisha Palace. What's it called? It was the House of Resplendency, is where the matron Geisha house in the capital is. And the prince has been safe there. Nobody's really allowed to go in there except for the geishas. And so for the first 6 months while he's been under your care, and you kind of set out and you find probably like a cabin in one of the nearby villages, you eventually make ready for the prince to be moved over to the village. And you said you wished to pursue Sato. So I will have you roll, I guess, just a charisma check.
Okay.
And I'll give you advantage actually as well because of all the stuff that you're doing.
Doesn't have a massively high charisma yet. Oh,
Is it?
do I need persuasion with that? I guess that's next level. He gets connect.
Yeah, you could add persuasion to it. It's basically the same thing as you're
Well,
spending.
so that would be a +3.
So that would be 16. So yeah, I'd say without going into all the nitty-gritty details, Liu Shang is able to woo and marry Sato. So you are now married to her, and then you're basically raising Prince Oji as your son, but also like you have to conceal the fact that he's an elf because he's got probably like much sharper features and pointed ears, and that'd be something that Sato, being a geisha in training, is very proficient with makeups and even some of the geisha magic. So you're able to conceal the
His
prince.
hair long, wear hats, and maybe move every few years.
Maybe alter, not alter self, but alter baby.
Yeah, and the fact
Homebrew that spell.
the one that he's
Yes.
not really aging really too, so it's like you kind of had this indefinitely young baby that you've been having, but the village is quiet, and even though the Barricuda is still kind of hunting for stragglers, and we'll kind of get to that in the next character, you're fairly well hidden and left alone because of the fact that you're not carrying your armor and weaponry. You're able to kind of slip by because you're acquiescing to all of his new rules. On that note, we're going to shift over and we're going to catch up with Kaori Yan. So when we last saw Kaori, you were kind of dropping off Prince Oji in the capital. You had gone under disguise, if you remember, as a geisha as well. And how long did that last? Was this just a temporary disguise? Or how long did it take for you to take back up the blade and resume your campaign against the Barricuda?
It didn't take too long, but being a geisha had its advantages. Information collecting, sending out agents. There was a lot more that my friend introduced me to that a geisha has access to that I surprisingly didn't as a general. Though I have learned some additional skills per se when it comes to the ways of persuasions and conversations to get what I want and get people to do what I want.
Fantastic. So with you kind of having closed that chapter of getting the prince to safety, there's kind of two paths that would pretty much be there, is kind of being a thorn in the side of the Barricuda and working your way up to trying to get to a point where you can engage him head on. But there's also the queen, who, if you remember, there's a guard who has since become a samurai, Guard Yoi. Let me bring him back and see if you can see him. Nope, that's the horse. There he is.
I didn't realize he was a druid.
So Guard Yoi was the one who kind of took the remaining samurai from, I think it was Hoshi village, and took her up into the mountains, which was the kind of the neighboring province, which is called Busho province. And so she's been outside of Sekai, kind of outside of the reaches of the Barricuda so far. And as the enemy forces came back down to try to capture her and exterminate her, the monster hunter they found guarding the gates of Hoshi village, and that's where Gakido finalized his legend. But the queen was able to escape. So would Kaori try to stir up trouble in Sekai, or try to go and remain with the queen and protect her, or what would be your primary objective as you kind of move into this 18-month period?
Right now it's about information collecting and resource collecting. So in keeping in touch with my friend at the geisha house, there would be a priority to make sure that the queen is taken somewhere safe before I explore further, but I'm sending out messengers and with the help of the geisha community collecting information that I need in order to further my objective of taking out the Barricuda.
Excellent. So I'm going to have Kaori, if you would, roll an investigation check. And because of your kind of connections with the geishas, I'll let you also roll this with advantage, please.
How about a 26?
How about a 26? So what you are finding out, and this is, I think I've shared this with everybody kind of in the background, but over this 18-month period, the Barricuda has pretty much finalized his rule of Sekai. There's the Star Readers are pretty much an important faction, the closest you can get to mages in Sekai. If you remember, magic in this world is all tied to pretty much being imbued, like you need to have a weapon of some sort to be able to cast magic spells, and that's typically a katana or a dagger. Some people like Kaori have mastered using a bow with like actual arrow tips as being your spell casting focus. But the Star Readers are ones who've actually given their entire lives to study the cosmos and magic directly. And so when you think of your traditional fantasy wizard, the Star Readers are the closest thing you can get. But this is through pretty much years and years of study and training and just being completely enveloped with that world of following what the cosmos is. So the Star Readers, the three sects of them are the Sun Readers, the Star Readers, and the Moon Readers. So there's each ones. And the Barricuda, what you find out is all of the Sun Readers, which were the ones that were closest to the old Shogun, have all gone missing. They've been arrested or executed, you find out. And so the only ones that seem to have escaped they're few and far between. There's rumors of him targeting the Star Readers next, and it seems that his goal is to eliminate all the factions except for the ones that kind of represent himself. So the Barricuda, if his older brother who he killed was Shogun Sun, he would now become Shogun Moon is what he's thinking. And so he wants to eliminate worship of the sun, even though the sun is not the Shogun. They're just synonymous because of the same name. But he wants to erase any kind of symbolism from the old king. So the Sun Readers have all gone. The ability to roam around Sekai as a Ronin has been restricted and is now illegal. So that means any of the monster hunters or any Ronin who no longer had masters to serve, if you carried a blade, you had to swear fealty to the new Shogun, or you would face the consequences. This has made the first 6 months very ripe for Kaori, because there's so many people who don't really want to serve the Barricuda, but they don't really, what else can they do? They can lay down their arms, or they can get out of Sekai, or they will have to become outlaws, or worse. So Kaori, I would like you now to roll, I guess this would be what, a persuasion check to rally forces?
Sure. Do I get to roll with advantage because of the situation at hand? Or no?
I will say yes. It's not so much because of you, but yeah, the situation. They are in a position to where they don't really have a lot of options, so if you present something that can work for them. Yes, go ahead and roll with advantage.
13.
Okay, so 13. So you come across several, and you end up helping open up almost like smuggler routes to where you can get through the mountains to the neighboring lands without like going through all the checkpoints. But not all of the samurai that you, or the Ronin rather, that you help pledge to your cause. Several of them do. And then I would like you to choose if you would like to have some of these bands become rebels within Sekai and have like bandit camps, or if you would like to have them all go into the borderlands and reinforce the queen.
I would like them in Sekai, and to assign one of them as a no, I want to assign 3 as messengers for me.
Okay.
So I will always have a flood of information coming to me.
Okay, perfect. So you're spending the first 6 months kind of gathering these, and then you kind of feel like it's dried up. Like the people who are out there, at least up to this point, how they've gotten out, they've been found, or they're already working with you at this point. So you do have some forces to your banner, and then you're finding out information. And as some of the time progresses, are you wanting to use some of these to simply be at the ready, or are you trying to actually be aggressive against the Barricuda and do like strikes and try to be a pain and use your intel that you've been gathering and really start like creating a rebellion?
Their instructions would be to continue to plant seeds of hope. So being a thorn in his side, yes, but not outright getting themselves caught or killed.
Okay. So would you use like hit and run tactics, or are you strictly... So another thing that's happened is because the monster hunters no longer are here and the Barricuda is not really policing with the intent of eliminating or preventing monsters, there are monsters that are kind of starting to overcome the land. So it's very common that you'd encounter stuff on the roads in the wilderness. So are you wanting to try to just kind of take that role on and keep Sekai safe that way and enrich your popularity with the people, or are you wanting to actually like hit and run tactics on the Barracuda's men too, or both?
Both, but more focusing on keeping the town safe. And every slain monster that is found has symbolism showing that this was done and completed in honor of the sun. So the town is recognizing that out there somewhere or among them are people who work for the sun and are prioritizing the safety of the citizens.
So the last thing is, actually for Kaori, that's pretty much what you're doing over this time period. And I presume because of your network of informants, you are keeping in touch with at least the geishas. But what about Liu Shang and Sato? Are you trying to... Do you keep in touch with them, or kind of leave them in their hiding for the time being? Say hello?
I would assume, if you're talking to me, I would assume he would try to... he'd probably listen for news, but he would try to not keep in much contact with her. He'd keep a low profile. I think maybe the Geisha and House and Iwaski might be his only kind of contact.
Okay. So we're going to shift over to Shizukeza, or if you will introduce your character. But I would like you to start off by rolling a, I guess this would be a history check? Or it could be perception. You can tell me a little bit about your character, if you will, and then I'll have you roll a skill check.
Sure. You basically had it right, Shizukeza. He, some time ago, when things were still normal, he used to be a samurai of the Shogun Sun, and then, things kind of went south, and took it upon himself to, fight fire with fire. If they're gonna play dirty, if the Barracuda is gonna play dirty, I can play that game 10 times better. And so he has kind of just been masquerading, now that samurai who aren't under the Barracuda are outlawed, essentially has been masquerading as a simple villager going town to town, when in reality he's going town to town, learning information, and systematically assassinating anyone close to the Barricuda.
Perfect. So I will have you roll. Hold on, let me see. I'll have you roll a history check. Sorry, no, an investigation check.
Okay. Well, just like when I first introduced my Monster Hunter, all the rolls were horrible.
Get them out of the way.
It stacks up.
And then he died a hero.
And then he died a legend.
Legend, yes.
Yes.
So, with only a 7 for investigation, you don't know who it is, but you can. One of the times when you pull up into one of the cities, there's several of the Barricuda's men, which are all coming in injured on horseback. You see these samurai riding in, bloody and banged up, and trying to figure out what happened. All you can gather is that they were hit on the road, but they don't really tell you who or what did it. Kaori, I will tell you, you and your forces did it. But Shizuke-san, you're not sure who it is, but you can tell that you're not the only one who does not like the Barricuda. And so, next I would like you to just make an attack roll, I guess, and then a stealth roll.
Sure. I would love to.
Okay.
And then stealth. Well,
Ow.
So yes, those guards, the reason you probably didn't find too much about what it was is because you were going in with other motives. And Kaori, you can go ahead and roll what would this be, investigation, or maybe this would be history. I'll let you choose.
if I was in to assassinate someone, just letting this out there, I definitely would have my dagger toxin with the poison active.
Yeah, absolutely. So
I'll go with investigation. 22.
yeah, so your sources come back to you like the next day that those guards and the convoy that you hit or whatever, they were eradicated, and the head samurai, who was one of the captains, he died shortly after arriving in the city due to severe illness or something like that. It doesn't seem to be about right, but you figure that there's somebody else out there. Maybe there is more allies to bring back to your banner. So at this point, you are all still separate. And then we shall turn to Feng, if you would like to introduce your character a little bit, and then we'll go through what happened to you over the last 18 months.
Well, I think it even started a little bit before the 18 months, because I was a person before, everything happened too. My name is Feng Jing. I am a star reader. I don't know how much you guys know about the different, the sun readers, the moon readers, and the star readers. What was the determination of what star readers did? They helped the people, and me myself, I was out one night reading the stars, and there was some weird activity in the sky, and I was doing deep research upon the activity that was happening, and something bad was happening as far as the moon and the sun went, and it concerned me, so I sent 3 letters, one to Her Majesty and Prince Oji, another to the Great Sun, and the last was to the head of the Sun Readers, who is a most important person, and that's how I started off this particular story. And after that, what happened, Adrian?
Yeah. So, if you all recall to the first episode, when Guard Yoi was bursting into the village, he had a letter which was like warning of the king being killed, the shogun, and so the letter that he had, or who notified them all, was the star reader Feng Jing. And
But it was anonymous. I did not put my name on it.
yeah, it was not. Yeah, so Feng sent out the three letters, and the one that got intercepted was the one that went to the king, or I keep saying the king, but the shogun. And so the events unfolded. Feng, you remained in the employment of the shogun, the Barricuda, because you don't really have another option. And when
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like, why would I even stay there?
yeah, well, the star readers, the sun readers, the moon readers, they're all very prestigious positions, and so you can't really just disappear. But as soon as the Barracuda moved on the sun readers and they were all kind of exterminated, I think that's probably when you were trying to maybe get in touch with the queen, or like you're trying to protect the master sun reader that you were able to warn and who's been in hiding.
Well, at this point, I know that the prince cannot take over because he is not quite old enough to inherit king's magic, which basically means we have to wait until he's old enough. So it's going to be a while.
So things have gone wrong very recently for you, as the Barracuda's men, whoever he's been having it examining it, most likely the moon readers, they've analyzed the letter that got captured, the warning to the king, or the shogun, and they found out that you were the one who sent the warnings, and so you're promptly imprisoned.
Yeah.
And you are sent to the mountain prison of Fujima.
Oh, that sucks.
And what your fate awaits you there.
Does my prison cell at least have a good view of the stars? Because, mountains, prisons.
Let me check. It's kind of at the top of the tower, so yes.
Sweet. That makes me happy.
That does bring us back to the main page. And to what prompts the story. Iwaski is the geisha who's still active in the capital. She's in touch with Kaori and Sato, and she finds out about this probably as one of the first people to hear about the Star Reader being arrested. And knowing kind of the importance and the position of the readers, she would probably tell Sato, who's her closest contact, because they've got a reasonable explanation to why you'd be reaching out to these people, Sato being her former apprentice. So Iwaski sends a letter to Sato, or a messenger probably. I imagine it would be not something easily like concealed or something like that. But Liu Shang, we are going to you as the messenger from Iwaski arrives up in your village. And inside it looks to be kind of a normal, just like catching up, Iwaski telling Sato about just the latest gossip, but Sato begins to read kind of between the lines and finds like invisible ink, which she has to reveal. And upon doing so, she learns about the Star Reader Feng being imprisoned, and that the importance of getting the readers saved after what happened to the Sun Readers. Sato would tell you that you need to go and save the Star Reader before he's executed. And you would know also that Kaori and her rebels are fairly close, so it might be something you could team up with her for. Liu Shangde, I will have you roll, let's see, what would be the closest to like geography? I guess survival? or nature or history?
History I have a +2. What? Wisdom, base wisdom is a +3, so that'd be better for survival.
Okay. So 13, you know where Fujima Prison is. It's up in the mountains, and it's also where the most recent like bandit attacks have been. So that's where most likely it was Kaori's band. What would you do at this point?
I imagine this is where that cutscene I'm envisioning was, where he goes into the barn and pulls down the dusty cover, opens the dusty trunk, and opens this long packaging, and inside there's the okatana, and there's his regular katana, and kind of sets it out on the ground, and the simmering sword in the package, and I guess in my mind I picture the Sato and the baby in the background, and things like, never expected to pull this out again in my lifetime. Expected to be an old man before Oji was old enough to reclaim his throne, and our son taking up this blade to fight beside him.
So Sato will wish you to be safe and protected. She'd probably pray like a blessing on you, saying something to the effect of, "May the sun, moon, and stars watch over you," as everybody in Sekai worships the cosmos. So she, despite it being banned to include the sun in that at this point, she continues and does it anyways, and just wishes you to be safe, to be strong and true, and to return back to her and Oji. And then you set off.
I guess you would, before you set off, he would ask, "But what of you, my love? Do you think will you stay here or take refuge in the Geisha house?"
She would wish to stay here, but it's been a year since you've settled into the village, and so leaving it would probably cause more danger than staying put at this point. So she would stay at your house, basically out in the mountains, in the village, just everything normal to everybody else, except that you've gone off on a trip. And
I will load the wagon and take two of the horses. Tell the neighbors I have gone to market, and will return when I can. Hide my arms, my blades and armors in the cart until I reach there. I'm going to leave my best horse here for you in case there's trouble.
and
Regular horses will be fine.
And if there is trouble, I will use it, and I will make for the geisha house in the capital. But with the best of luck on our side, I feel we shall not need it.
Dawn is coming, my love. So see you again soon.
And with that, she would kiss you farewell and stand at the top of the hill by the house and just watch as you leave. And from there, the scene fades to the mountains. We shall turn this off. Kaori. Let me put you over here. I don't know if it would actually be snowing. I just really like this this map.
It's a good map.
So
I think I killed someone on this map.
you did. Actually, you did.
I did. I sniped someone on this map.
So, you do have kind of like soldiers that are with you, people that you've what's the word? You've attracted to your band. How many exactly? I think I would like to have you roll that. So, if you can, roll like 2d20 for me.
Sure. 18.
So that's not bad. You've got 18 people of varying skill levels. Several of them are probably actually soldiers that were with the Shogun's forces that you've either converted or found people who are wanting to rebel, who've lost their livelihoods or whatnot. So you've got a band with you at the ready, and coming along the path, which is somewhere that you would keep your eyes very aware about, because whenever there's wagons and stuff that come up the mountains, there's often the danger that monsters are attracted to them, and so it's not so much you're being a bandit so much as you're keeping watch. But I would like you to roll a perception check, please.
Sure. 12.
Okay. So you see a wagon with 2 horses. It's probably not covered, but it's got kind of like a shelter over just the front chair. And you see a sole person coming up. It's hard to make out from here, but what would you order your soldiers to do?
I would give a hand signal to 3 people, and the signal would indicate, you 3 go forward, spread out, watch, but don't attack.
Liu Shang, I would like you to roll perception, please.
I'm good at that. If he was going to be basically a bodyguard, he took expertise in that. His last level up.
So, coming up the mountain. Now, Liu Shangde, you would also know that going up into the mountains, especially, in the evening time and stuff, which if you're doing an overnight travel, there's the necessity of either going through the night or making camp. Monsters are something that you must very much be aware of. So even as simple as going to market, things have to be done very planned accordingly. For you can tell though that there are 3 figures up ahead around the bend in the trees or the surrounding brush. What do you do?
I do expect that she's uphill, but I don't know. But it could be regular bandits too. I don't know. It's her unit. So he would kind of pull the wagon over to the side of the road and start like he's kind of checking the horses and things like that, keeping an eye on them. He wants to try to get close to them without letting them know that he's seen them.
Okay. And are you dressed like being a samurai again, or do you have your
He is
robe
dressed
around?
as a common farmer.
Okay. So your men are keeping watch on the road, and they're kind of watching Li Shangde. If you are wanting to proceed up the road, but much slower, one of the I'll call them bandits because I don't really have rebels, maybe is a better word. But he comes running back to you, Kaori, and gives you kind of an update that there just seems to be a farmer up ahead. There's one wagon. Normally they go in groups when they come from the village. Should we let him pass?
Do I know what villages they'd be hiding the prince in?
Probably not for the safety of the prince in case we were captured.
Probably not, actually. That's a good point. The only people who'd probably know is the geisha house. Uh, A single farmer at this time of night? That's odd. Is he progressing further? Can I tell if the cart has stopped moving?
Yeah, do you want to go out back to the road and kind of see for yourself what's going on?
Yeah, so I would kind of like I would follow the guy in tow as he's giving me information.
Yeah, so you kind of join at the hiding spot just around the bend where one of the guys has climbed up into the tree and can spy down on Lu Shengde. Lu Shengde with a 28, you see that a fourth person approaches. However, it looks like you can see it's a female form, and there's something familiar about her. With a 28, I think you can tell that even from the distance.
He would move towards the kind of still acting just like he's um incognito, but just like he would move kind of towards where the one of the original three were, and as soon as he gets close enough where he can dash, he would run up. He would make a dash towards Bandit, and then with unarmed strike, just kind of like try to like put the guy in the headlock, and like assuming I can to grab him. It's like, who are you?
Now, Lu Shengde he's got a super quick ability, but is that only when you have your sword?
That's with the sword.
Okay, so you're doing this all kind
That's
of
with
normal.
the sword, yeah. But he has unarmed strike fighting style, so he is trained in martial arts, even
Okay.
without weapons.
So yeah, so the farmer breaks free from the wagon and just starts dashing up around the bend, surprisingly quick. And Kaori, you see him kind of jump over and wrestling one of the guys, who puts him in a headlock and shouting this. And Kaori, you can recognize this is Lu Shengde. It's much. Describe the difference though, Eric, because you told me, over the
So
year.
he would probably have started to get a little bit of stubble or grown like that. He is completely without armor and regular farmer's clothes, dressed regularly, a little older, but still a young man. Yeah, it's only a year. It's only been a year, so it's probably wouldn't have changed too much except just look a little more gruff and dirt and
Longer
more
hair.
dirty. Yeah.
Nice. So Kaori, what do you do?
As soon as I realize who it is, as soon as he took off running, I knocked an arrow and praised him. But as soon as he shouted, I instinctively lower my bow and kind of hang my head a little bit. And for the first time, probably in this entire time, the person that she's with sees her smile. And she puts the arrow back in her quiver and puts the bow back on her back and will actually step out into the road.
Yeah, on Li Shengde, with
Yeah.
a clear view, you see her.
Let go of the foot soldier and says, Kaori Yan. See, they haven't killed you yet?
Not that they don't try. As much as I wish I could say it's good to see you, I'm a little concerned on seeing you. Is everything okay?
Hmm. Things, how would he put it? The the sun still rises every day, but things are not okay.
Why?
Uh, this might be easier to show you. As he would go back to grab the letter, and she's pulling it out of his package, he's digging through his stuff. I have your exploits make news even in these small mountain villages. You have made quite a name for yourself. As he hands the letter.
No name, no name of my own. Just representation of hope at this point. Hope which you know and take care of as well. And I will take the letter and pop it open.
So the letter is as described in the very fine handwriting of Iwaski, who you probably would recognize it. Kaori is well educated, correct? She was a general.
Yep.
So you recognize it's the geisha's handwriting, your friend Iwaski, and it is very obvious after Sato has used her special inks or whatever it was, orange juice, lemon juice, or whatever it was, to bring out the invisible ink. So there's like two letters that are written in between each other, and it's a little weird at first, but you can clearly see one's just a junk letter and one is actually telling about the star reader that's been just arrested and sent to Fujima prison, which is on basically the other side of the mountain you're on, and that he's most likely going to be executed, and the Barricuda is most likely going to begin work against the star readers next. And so if you can get a star reader, or hopefully the whole sect of the star readers to your side, this might be a significant change in balance of power.
This is a question that I want to make sure that Kaori's reaction down the road is correct. Does she know of who Fang is, and of Fang's position within the monarch?
Yes, so you would know. So there's the three kind of sects of readers. So the Sun readers were the ones that the Shogun worked with directly, like the Grand Master reader of the Sun was the one who does like the coronation ceremony and stuff like that. The Star readers are ones that kind of focus more on like the people rather than the royalty, and then the Moon readers, they're hold on, I might have to look at my notes for this, but the Moon readers are ones that were supposed to be more towards like burial rites and kind of focusing on afterlife stuff, and more of, not necessarily the dark arts or anything, but like with with monsters and stuff, they deal with those too. So yeah, there's like, if you think of like a death cleric and people who do final rites and stuff, but then also they're a little bit more warriorific in the sense that they've had the most involvement with trying to prevent monsters from. They're the ones who were responsible for creating the Witchers, the monster Oni hybrid monster hunters.
Gotcha.
But this was all years and years ago. So the Sun Reader and the Grand Master, they've all gone. Then the Star Readers are kind of like the next, I guess, ones who'd be most involved with the Shogun now, except the Feng Jing is not the highest ranking one, but he is someone you would know of. And by name, you would recognize him as not someone who'd be so much at the courts and stuff in the palace, but one who's like, if there's any.
My duties were of an apprentice in potential to be in a higher position, but in my position, I was put in one of the towns, not in the capital.
Yes, he did a lot more research and actual like not premonitions, like divination almost, like reading the actual cosmos and stuff, and so
making sure the weather was safe for farming, stuff like that.
Yeah.
For level of command wise, would she recognize him the same way that she'd recognize like a general above her, or would he be like on the same playing field, or would he be a little bit below her? Because that will tell me what my reaction is when I meet him. So that's kind of why I'm asking.
So for that, in terms of like social structure, you being in military and being an actual samurai, you would actually outrank the Star Readers.
Okay.
Mostly because the samurai are so revered. But in his station, Fang is like he's like being trained to be the top. And actually, Kaori, roll a history.
I might be one promotion away from being above you in status.
That was kind of my thought is we're probably on the same level playing field.
Basically, Yeah.
With all
if
of the executions happening, like when government goes back to normal, I probably would be above you.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Because the Grand
But if she-
Masters, yes.
If
those
she
would be above
knows
you.
if she knows who you are and she knows your position, she will address you accordingly. So that's why
Yeah.
I needed to know as the player.
For sure. Go ahead and still roll that history. Oh, you did 14.
14. Mhm.
So you would also know that Fang is an elf, and not just like the difference between elves and humans is everybody is pretty much equal, except the high elves are all have to be a high elf you have royal blood in your
Mm.
genealogy essentially,
Mhm.
and you would know that Fang is also a high elf. So
Okay. So I would know that seeing him. Okay, cool.
yes.
It seems like you on your way to address this?
I had hoped to find you.
Hmm.
We had heard reports of raiders in these hills, and
Raiders. Is that what they're calling me now?
I did not know if your men were bandits or if it was your unit. If you were up here, I'm sorry for any trouble I might cause. Daisy looks towards the guy.
Oh, one must learn to be a little bit more stealthy, especially when encountering a trained eye. Are you?
Things are well. Me and Sato are married, and we're hoping for a second child soon.
Congratulations. That is fantastic to hear, my friend. However, I do think that this matter we can discuss on the road. Past pretenses and the sorts. However, this matter must be attended to. Join me for camp. We'll pack up, and I'll take 3 of my best men with us. But a small party would be able to get in and get out a lot easier with our star reader versus bringing my entire troop.
My horse is I will get my wagon set up. It would be not be easy to travel with it over the hills, but I have food. I have food for your men and equipment that may be useful.
Fantastic. Let's get to the camp. We will unpack and repack accordingly and travel by horses instead of by carriage.
He would
Okay.
go back and get in his the cart and start heading down the road looking for where directions the way he should go. Still looking like an ordinary farmer.
Okay. We
Yep,
shall.
I will lead him back to the camp, and as I'm sure as Kaori walks in, everybody kind of looks up, but as soon as they see a carriage come, they probably get a little antsy, and she just kind of like flags him down, letting them know everything's okay.
Fantastic. So, but as you arrive into the camp, and it's evening now, so you probably are going to, I presume, stay the night here and prepare and to set out in the morning. Um, so with that, your Eric, your character Liu Shang, he is exposed to kind of the life that Kaori has been leading these past 18 months, and it's very different, yet still very familiar to you, but very different from the life that you've had recently. Being out in the mountains, the air is of course colder. You don't have the same walls of home of your cabin. The boisterous camaraderie of her group of rebels is a stark contrast to kind of the loving home environment that you have between you, Sato, and Prince Oji. But it is still very familiar to you because it was not too long ago when you were a samurai and exposed to this
Ronin.
type of.
He was a Ronin when the first one started. He had
That's
no
true.
master.
That's true. Um, But even before that, though, before you became a Ronin, you would have had this type of experience before. So it's maybe it is more further back in your memory, um, and it's probably I don't know. Well, how would you feel about it? Would you feel like you're in place or out of place as you're kind of surrounded by warriors again, people who live and die by the sword, spear, and bow?
First, maybe a little, he would miss Sato. But as the drinking and tale went on, he would start to his warrior spirit would reignite,
Okay, excellent.
and he would tell tales of story of to Kaori, always referring to the prince as as their child.
That's interesting. So, Kaori, how do you feel about this as you're hearing? This is an old friend, one that you know, you fought with alongside, faced battle together. Um, Seeing him again, what do you think?
It's a it's it's bittersweet. Um, Reuniting with um Liu Shang, knowing his position and knowing kind of what he's doing. She had hoped that the next time that she would see him would be reuniting the prince with the queen and getting them back to the palace and basically like setting everything up there and taking away such a capable fighter and protector from the young prince makes her a bit wary. But knowing Sato and knowing how she is, she's not all Kaori's not all that concerned, but it's kind of one of those bittersweet moments where she's hearing about this normal life and carrying about as if there isn't a war going on and that people aren't suffering and all this stuff. So while she's happy for her friend to have a form of normalcy, it's it's saddening that it's not for everybody, and she knows that that normalcy will probably never come to her. So she's almost living vicariously through his story. So as he's sharing more, she's asking more questions and pushing for more stories from him about his normalcy that he has that she does not have.
That's fantastic. I'm going to give both of you inspiration for
Yeah.
amazing roleplay. So both Kaori and Lu Shengde, take your inspiration to use as you will. Um, we're going to change the scene over. Um, who would like to go first, Fang or Shizukeza?
Fang is still trying to figure out if thaumaturgy would work for trying to break open a lock.
So for Fang, okay, let's go to see Fang.
Other than that, I'm fine with not going first. I'm just sitting here, looking at the stars.
So
Not
you are not just sitting there. So you have
Oh,
been
darn.
arrested rather violently. Your quarters have been broken open to see masked men, the samurai of the Barricuda, wearing their
Oh, okay. So
deathly
are we
face
going back in
masks.
time, or
Yes.
are we in the prison?
Oh, you're going to prison in a second. So
Okay, okay.
you are pulled from your bed in the middle of the night to these armed men, and you are basically knocked out without a word of being answers to whatever your questions are. They hit you in the face with the haft of a spear, and you awake in chains, shackles. You are not just handcuffed, but they have actual metal coverings over your entire hands, which is going for you as a star reader, the way that you trace your sigils to be able to cast spells, you need to actually be able to move your hands and fingers to trace the different constellations, right? So
Mm-hmm.
this is removed from your abilities at this moment, so long as you are in these gauntlets, and you've been. You did not see the Barracuda directly, but one of his high generals, his daimyos, has charged you with treason to the Barracuda, to the Shogun Moon, and has notified you that the Moon Readers have identified the script used in the warning letter to the Shogun Sun and to well, they don't know about the 2 other ones that you sent out. So
Yeah.
it's just the warning letter to the Shogun, and they've finally identified you as the author, and so you are accused with no chance to defend yourself or try to speak in an
Before
explanation.
this would have happened, I expected something like this to happen at some point. Like, because the king got killed, obviously my letter did not reach him, and if it did, then if it didn't get burned, somebody's going to be coming for me at any point. Would I have been able to warn anybody that I considered trusted friends in my Star Reader community?
That's a fair point. Yes, who would you like to have warned?
Um, Anybody who I believe was trusted and loyal to the Sun, especially after the rebellion, after the Shogun, after he took over. Anybody who I would have noticed, um, not openly like against it,
Yeah.
but also not wanting
People
to
in your
comply.
same position.
Yeah, I would message them basically, not all is lost, keep hope. Time needs to pass for things to correct itself, and basically like don't give up hope. Kind of what Kaori's doing essentially. Like there's going to be hope, but we need to stay strong and maybe not, openly rebel against him. Even if it looks like the dawn is very dark, the sun will still rise. Things along that
Yeah.
line.
So I will have Fang roll for me an insight check, please.
Okay. I rolled a natural 1, but I got 8.
So, your warnings.
It's like, I'm good at this. Psh, never mind.
So would you have like a friend in the Star Readers, or someone else who's not quite so higher up as you, but someone that you would trust, or?
It was probably someone who was also at a village. Like I said, I was originally at a village when I
Right.
noticed everything happen, and I came back to probably to look through some of the records is why I came back. But I probably would have been in contact with the other fellow apprentice who was at a village.
Okay.
That's off the top of my head what I would think of.
So would you, because you saw the signs on the wall when the Sun Readers were all exterminated or imprisoned, would you have told how many people, or like tried to feel out amongst the Star Readers, like be prepared for stuff like this to happen? Like how many people? Because that could be anywhere from just like one person to the whole order if you want.
Well, if there is anybody who's openly like supporting the Shogun, I probably wouldn't.
Okay, so annihilate,
tell them, but
like ignore the obvious ones.
Yeah, but
Okay.
then I would say that I would probably give, not straight out say we're next, but probably along the lines of, if it can happen to one order, it can happen to the others.
So
a wise man will prepare for a storm.
okay, so you've put out those feelers to everybody that you think you can trust. And the one of these, the middle of the night, probably after a long evening of trying to read the stars and try to get this divination into what the future might hold, the doors are burst open and you are arrested, and before long you find yourself in Fushima prison. You're if you can see this, you're in a small room. It's very it's not small. It's actually like 25 feet across, it looks like. But you're basically at the top of a tower, like a pagoda almost. but the top floor is just your cell, and you are restrained. Think like Tai Lung almost, with your arms held kind of stretched across and with these gauntlets on. But you do have the ability to look out through the window up at the sky, which is at least that's nice for you. But you
Yeah.
are in solitary confinement and without your being able to make gestures, unless you have a spell that is only verbal, I might allow. But
I do have spells that are only verbal. Um, though I don't, like I said, thaumaturgy is only verbal. um, I don't know if I would be able to open a door with, or be able to get the shackles off with just thaumaturgy. It says I can create a harmless tremors in the ground. I'm wondering if I would be able to do that for like my hands, like to try to
I'm
get the shackles off.
I'm not sure thaumaturgy.
Yeah,
It wouldn't be able to
I
unlock
don't think it
cuffs,
would.
no.
I don't
So
think it
you
would.
you can create a nuisance for the guards, and they can make them come check on you from time to time with it, but it's not going to be something that's
I would
practical.
probably do that just so if I do get broken out, it's like, this again,
Okay,
like
that's
the
Boy
actually
who
like
cried wolf.
the yeah, like the boy who cried wolf. Exactly.
that's smart.
Exactly.
Okay, sure. Very
Oh,
interesting.
these
Okay,
earthquakes. When unsettling times happen, natural disasters tend to follow.
excellent. But you've
And every time they come, I do like a proverb of like, what you're doing isn't right.
okay. Go ahead and roll. What would this be? I'm gonna say performance rather than, or I don't feel like persuasion would really do anything for the guards, but performance
I have a
maybe.
really good okay. I have a good persuasion, so could I get like a bonus because my persuasion is so good?
Just roll persuasion. That's fine.
Yay!
Okay. So every time you come in, like the guards are doing their best to ignore you, but after a couple times of having to come in and you repeatedly being egged on with morality from you, you seem to be getting on their nerves, and for one of the guards, potentially like weakening their resolve. Like he almost dreads going in, not to check on you, but because he doesn't want to hear what you have to say. Um, and with that, we are going to shift over to
I'm proud of myself.
Shizukeza. I would like for you to roll perception, please.
Hey, perception. 24.
Okay. So up in the mountains, it's a little past dawn. Um, how long have you been staking out this area, or did you just arrive?
I think I'd be staking it out for some time while simultaneously looking around for any, spending my
Mm-hmm.
time staking it out, looking around for plants, flowers, um, herbs, and different things that I could, like poisonous plants, basically.
Yeah. Ingredients.
Yeah.
Okay. Ulf, for that,
Wolfsbane.
go ahead and roll for me investigation as well.
Okay. 7.
Okay. So it's up on the mountains. There's kind of a snow dusted over everything. It's not the best conditions to find some of the plants that you would need for some of your things. But what you do find with being up here and kind of keeping a watch on the prison is you can tell that there are several different aspects of the guards on here. I think I need to go to the other map to copy some of them over. But there's the 4 towers surrounding the prison itself. And those towers, as you can see, actually you can't see because they're still on GM layer. each of them, there's a allotment of guards and also a cannon on each tower. And they're all kind of keeping watch, basically. It's very slow out here in the mountains. There's not a whole lot for them to do, so they maybe look a little bit lazily out, just looking for movement. Occasionally they see the white coat of a wolf dashing past, and they might point those out. They have not seen you, or they don't know you're there. There's also guards at the base standing around, which look to be more like spearmen. And in the front, as you can see over here, there's a couple guard houses, which seems to be where they're primarily kept. And then the inside of the building, you don't really know what the interior layout is. But this, you would know from your checking around. Fujima Prison is where they have people of high caliber that they get put over here, because it's secluded and things can happen without people watching, which is something that the Barricuda tends to do often. But yeah, you with finding out what you have, you know that the prisoner is in here.
I'd probably spend I guess would I have learned the kind of guard rotations in the times I've staked the place out?
With a 24, yes. In fact, I think because you rolled so high, maybe this isn't even the first time that you've been in this area. I don't think you would have ever infiltrated into the prison, but maybe you've struck like a captain here once before, because all you needed to do is nick him, and then you could leave. So maybe you've done some work in this area before. But you can see that, yeah, the towers, they rotate guards systematically. I'm not sure exactly how long it would be, if it's like 6-hour shifts or longer, but you can tell that they move in and out. There's staircases going down and a main entrance to the tower, and from there they just move over back to where the guard houses are. They're at the bottom. The cannons are on swivels, and they are permanently in place there, so they don't ever move the cannons down, but just rotate personnel. And yeah, I think finally with the 24, is there anything else that you want to learn about from this before you see more stuff?
Guard rotations learned. I think has there in the few hours or days or however much time I've been spending staking out this place, I know, I understand that this is where they keep high level people. In recent times, maybe in the past 2 days or so,
Mm-hmm.
would it have been possible for me to learn if there are any important figures of the Barracuda who have either already visited or are planning a visit?
Yes. You would know. Well, actually, roll for me. Did you roll an investigation already, or no?
I rolled the investigation for the plants.
Oh, okay, so yeah, roll another investigation for me.
Okay. 16.
Okay. So what you would have learned, and this is from getting in close and eavesdropping to some people, it's what you found out in kind of the local town. You know that the prisoner has just gotten here. You don't know the identity, but through your external sources, you know that it is the Star Reader. What you also know is the captain. Oh shoot, I don't know if I wrote down his name in my notebook. You know the captain of Fujima Prison. I'll get you a name for him in a minute. He's not elderly. He's middle-aged. He's a formidable samurai. Only he's shifted allegiance seamlessly from Shogun Sun to the Barricuda when the coup happened. So he's a no-good traitor, probably as far as you're concerned, and he's the one in charge of it. But most importantly, what you know is one of the Shogun's daimyos, the Inquisitor, as he's called, is on his way to the prison, to Fujima. to interrogate the Star Reader who's there. But he has not arrived. So you have beat him to the prison. And then with a 24 perception, probably, I don't know, have you been in place for a while? Are you kind of coated with snow? Or maybe you've got a blanket wrapped around you for camo and that's coated with snow, more like?
Yeah, something like that.
Okay.
Maybe, you know, a few leaves really go in that camouflage.
Okay. In your like 1800s ghillie suit, you see horses kind of coming up through, not the trail, they're coming down from a mountain path that's like a game trail, but you can see them, kind of expert riders, these what look to be samurai. And I would like, actually, Kaori, what do you look like at the head of these horses as you're coming up, leading your men?
Definitely in a form of camouflage, probably darker colors. She's normally not on day patrol, she's normally on night patrol. And there it is. So normally being on night patrol, she would wear darker garbs. But in the snow, it would look like if she were to try to take point and hide, she would look more like a boulder. So it's kind of that sort of color scheme on the back of her horse, but just very, very vigilant. Hair blowing in the wind for sure. She still has her long hair and the oath belt.
I might have to turn off the music so it's not
Who's
too loud.
playing that?
It's in the
Like-
Roll20. I've been kind of
Oh,
doing the music stuff, but
I love
think
it.
it's this one has singing, so it might
I
cause more background.
I can't hear it. That's
Um,
weird.
Try
My-
refreshing
my,
Roll20.
My volume's probably turned down or something.
Maybe. But so Carrie's in front. Liu Shang Day, what do you look like coming in behind her?
I mean, he would after he would have had a good sleep at the camp, he would have, for the first time in a year and a half, have emerged in his red. What's going on? Oh my god. Yeah, scale wheel. So he would have. Let's fix up. So he would, for the first time in a year and a half, he would emerge in his red scale mail armor, his old helmet, the okatari on his side, and the regular katana on his back. But when traveling and trying to remain stealth in the wilderness, he would probably have some kind of animal cloak wrapped around him, and um, maybe the helmet would be the only thing that would kind of recognize that he is heavily armored.
Nice. And then behind you, there's 3 more men, and these are samurai that Kaori has. Let's say you rescued one of them from death, and then because he was going to get killed for standing up against the Barricuda, you saved him. And then another one is a samurai who was kind of following orders but didn't want to, and you persuaded him to join your cause, and so you turned him back to being on the good side. And then what do you want for the third guy? Is he just a soldier, a villager turned samurai? What do you want?
I want the third one to be a sibling of one that I had with me who died at the hands of one of the Barracuda's men. So
Okay.
he has a vengeance to fulfill, and I'm teaching him how to hone that anger to be able to protect the kingdom, but also making him known that his anger is valid, but after his mission is accomplished, he needs to have he needs to have something else to do.
Excellent. So there is your crew as you're coming down, and then up in the snow, Shizukeza, you see them. These you can see right off the bat, these are not the Barracuda's men.
As a previous samurai for the Shogun Sun,
Ooh.
do I recognize anyone?
That's a great question. I will let you. Well, you already rolled the perception of 24, So you'd see them. I think I'll have you roll another history check though to see if you recognize Kaori, because she was of some standing. You might recognize her.
Okay. History. Nope. I'd argue for advantage, but I'm fine with a natural one.
He fell asleep in that class.
Ma'am, I don't know you.
At a distance, you don't recognize them. Maybe when you're up front, I can let you roll again.
Yeah, I'm just thinking right now. Oh, great! It's a distraction for me to get in.
Okay. So if you are not approaching at this point, Kaori, as you come up, you can see the prison up ahead. What would you like to do? And Liu Shang Day as well. So.
I would pull everyone to a halt.
Oops. Oh well. That's fine.
Just
Kind
like
of.
the music.
Actually, that's a good
Yeah.
time. It's like, pull everyone to a halt. The music stops.
Music.
Yeah, I meant to unclick the repeat because I didn't want it to start again, but oh well.
Our theme song, our entrance music is done. It's fine.
You halted everyone.
I did.
Yeah.
So I would kind of stop essentially where we are and instruct everyone to get off their horses. Is this on the Sun's territory?
Yes. Well, the territory meaning like within Sekai or like stuff that you've patrolled and stuff, or what do you mean?
Would I have knowledge of this?
Yeah,
of
yeah.
this
Fujima Prison is in Sekai. This would have been Shogun Sun's prison and is now the Barricuda's prison because of the coup.
Gotcha. So I know my way through there.
I will have you also roll a history because I'm not sure you would have physically ever gone here yourself. Maybe. Let's see.
16.
Okay, I'd say yeah. You probably have delivered people here before, or at least passed through for an inspection or training or something. At some point, you've been here before. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So you would also know about the towers that they have the cannons. You'd know that the guard towers or the guard barracks are the two buildings in the front, and you would know that the prisoner or prisoners there's an up and there's a down. So you can go into subterranean cells, or you can go up to where more like the VIP cells are at the top of the tower, where it's like you still can't like jump off and you would die type thing. So you have to fight your way down or up if you wanted to escape. But most likely, someone of higher priority would be up versus down.
Yeah, I would pull everyone to a halt and instruct everyone to get off their horses and prepare to go in. And as we all kind of gather around, Kira would say, so with the way that this prison is constructed, they keep the important figures at the top. The fall is not likely to kill them, but it will definitely maim them, so recovery is easy. Therefore, I feel like it would be a safe bet that those same practices would still be held. So there's a good chance that who we're looking for is up towards the top. If the guards go missing too soon, that will cause a stir. So we might want to wait for rotation and then try to climb the side of the building. So I want you, and I will point to two of the samurais, flank out and observe, try to check their tactics, see what kind of weaponry they have in the towers, and then come back and report.
Okay.
I don't have it on my character sheet, but would I have thought to bring rope of any kind when I have brought supplies to market?
I will have you roll a straight wisdom check or intelligence.
The other question is, can I have a like a white tiger cloak into the snow?
Sure.
So 18 is the entire wisdom check.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Yes, you would. That's enough to have gotten rope and any other kind of materials you want right now for this
I,
stuff.
I mean, a lot of it was food for soldiers who probably hadn't always had a great meal. Maybe we had probably had a big party last night, but there are also some supplies that could be hard to come by.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, you can have those. So, for Kaori, are you sending C and B or A and B or which
Uh,
two?
A and B.
Okay. So they're going to come up and then following this path, I guess they'll come over to here, at which point they are crossing into the region, Shizukeza, you are in. However, they do not seem to notice you, as I believe your passive stealth is much higher than theirs. Perceptions.
Billion.
As they pass into your area, are you doing anything or just remaining there?
I am uh I am in that moment of that like silent, oh, these guys are gonna screw everything up. So I am sticking to my cover and silently observing them and the towers.
Okay, so they kind of plant down onto their stomachs and kind of crawl up to where they can look over at the towers, and they spend some time kind of surveying it, and they are kind of remaining there as well. And then we're going to pause for a second because Feng, I just got your message. So it would have been, yeah, you would have been here for a couple days at this point. What were you having? What were you thinking?
I was just I thought it had only been like a day since I got here, in which case I could have done command unlock to one of the guards at one point.
Okay, and that one is just verbal?
Yeah, the, command is a verbal, and I would have had them unlock my cuffs. My command would have been to unlock.
Okay. So
Or
let's see what happens because there's always two of them that come in.
I would have to have casted it at a second level. Or
Okay.
actually, sorry. I would have to cast it at a second one, at a second level, which would work on both people. So, uh, there we go. Wait, no, I don't know.
Oh,
I was trying to
I see.
show
I see what you're
you.
doing. Yeah, I can see
Yeah,
what you're doing. So,
yeah.
okay. Good.
After which they use their turn to do it, I would have cast sleep on them.
All right, guys.
Which
Well, let's see what's happening with her or with Fing's self escape.
sorry, this would have been I didn't realize how much time had passed. Because I would have tried to escape.
Okay, let's see what
I don't
happens.
know if I would have gotten very far though.
Okay. Okay, so that's 2 rolls for 2 guards. The command they rolled high, and that's
I failed. I would have failed.
so
Okay.
both of them immediately kind of see. I don't know, what do they say? You describe your Star Reader magic to me.
They probably it would have seemed like I was glowing almost like my being was glowing slightly like a star, and they would have seen me say unlock, and I had like a weird aura, and they probably would have been slightly suspicious with that. I don't know.
Oh no,
That
they would have
wisdom.
been startled and panicked a little bit, and they would have immediately retreated down the steps. And then
Oh.
shortly after, um, running in would be, oh, hold on, the captain, the samurai, and he runs up immediately to cover your mouth, while more of the guards, I'm not gonna undo them, so they're in GM lay right now, but there's like 5 or 6 guards all come running in, and they will gag you.
Oh, that's unpleasant.
Then he says
Okay.
to you, "You have done this yourself." Star Reader.
Am I
And-
gagged already?
Yeah,
Or can I do a
he's-
snarky remark?
No, he's like wadding up this like this scarf.
Oh,
that's sticking- he gags you, and then they kind of check your chains. You're already tight enough to where your arms are kind of suspended up. They don't really need to do anything with those, but yeah. Good attempt. That could have worked. Like
It
that-
could have.
But yeah.
We actually find a Star Reader outside the prison already, like cold and snow. It's like, no, figure it out. Let's get out of here.
I probably would have only gotten about that far with. Well, my survival's okay.
There we go. So yeah. So you're gagged.
Can I spit it out, or is it like in my mouth?
They wad it into your mouth, and then they tie another one around to the back of your head, so it's stuck in there. And then roll a Constitution check.
My constitution sucks, actually.
Okay, go ahead.
Really bad.
It's a
Did I
3.
pass out? Yeah.
You are very, very hungry because the next day they don't feed you, and that's where we are. Is that next day? Back to the
Well,
mountains.
okay. I did all I could.
The guards move back and begin to report to Kaori the movements of the guards.
Great. So with that information, um, and knowing the patterns, she would send them out again, and this would be to look for any perches that would make climbing and adding pittance to the side of one of the towers feasible, and which would be the best tower to do so.
Okay. They will once again go to get that report. Installing like pittons into the sides of the tower. Pretty much they're made out of like stacked stone, quarried stone. So there's edges and stuff that those could be put into. The closest one here is just like the front two are just right by the guard barracks, so there's more activity by those ones than the top two. If you're immediately up to the tower, especially on the furthest corner from where the actual prison is, that's going to be where you have the most or the least visibility to the everything else, because you would find that there are guards surrounding the base of the building on all sides as well that kind of rove and patrol.
Okay. And what time of day is it currently? Is it morning? Is it afternoon? Are we crawling into the evening?
So you arrive. You kind of. I think you set out at basically the morning after the Liu Shang Day joined the camp. You spent the night. In the morning you came over, so it was morning, and then kind of the first recon brings it to about noon. This recon brings it to about afternoon.
How tall are the towers?
Probably like what, 50 feet? That might actually be too short. It might be 80 feet if I'm thinking about what a real tower would probably be. As much as I want to make it easier for you guys, I'm going to say 80 feet because that makes more sense to me. That's about 4 stories.
And I guess I'm looking at my magic item from the last game. It says Misty Step as a bonus 30 feet. Was that once per long rest, or how often did that work? I can't remember.
That was a special ability, kind of like how everyone got a magic item. That was like a spell
That was
charge
magic
for it.
ability for the sword, but
Yeah,
could do it.
I want to say it would have been more than once. Because Kaori, you have the oath bow, right?
Yep.
And then for Pi, how much charges do you have on yours?
The
For your weapon?
dagger?
Yeah. Is it once per long rest?
It is it can't be used until the next dawn.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably what it would be, is a once per dawn type of a thing.
Okay. And if I could climb 50 feet, misty step to the top, but that's still gonna be 50-foot climb.
A story's about 10 feet, right? But the first floor of a building is usually 20. Because I'm thinking these are like 4-story towers. So that
I
might
think a
actually
story
be
is
50.
either considered 8 or 10 feet, something like that.
So, yeah, I think generally like the first floors are always a little bit more. I'm gonna just say, because I was thinking they're 4 stories, so I'm gonna say it's 50 feet after all.
The average first story is about 14 feet.
Per story?
Mhm.
Okay, so that's what, 60 feet then? About?
Roughly, yeah.
Okay, so it's 60 feet. So they come back and report out to you. If you want the least chance of being found, it would be the top 2 and the away corners of those towers.
Okay.
And then Shizuke, this whole time you see what these guards, what they're coming to look at and stuff.
Okay. Just from a tactical standpoint, is it safe to say that, as you said, the front towers are right out there in the open next to the guard barracks and with the most movement? So it would be safe to assume, from a tactical standpoint, that the back 2 towers being closest to possibly, the mountain having the cover would be, if someone were to quote unquote infiltrate, the 2 back towers would probably be the best to ascend without much worry of a lot of noise, company, things like that.
Yes.
Okay. I think I think when the 2 samurai do their rounds again and they come back to look at the towers, just from seemingly nowhere, just from inside the snow, he would just simply again from nowhere would just repeat that and tell them, if you are looking to infiltrate, the 2 back towers are your best bet. They are closer to the mountain and provide the best cover. And this is just coming from a random spot in the snow that they don't see.
Yeah, they instinctively kind of spring back, kind of drawing their katanas, looking around, probably get back to back because they don't see anybody right away, and not wanting to shout, they'd be like, "Who's there? Show yourself!"
Do not alert the guards, you fools. Go back to your commander, and I will join you in a moment.
They will look at each other and just begin hightailing it back. They will believe the misty voice, the mysterious voice. And Becca, I got your message. You may go ahead and roll a dexterity save. A dexterity check.
Save? You said a save.
Like, oh god.
That makes me nervous.
Sorry,
Just dexterity roll
check.
straight
I would say sleight of hand, but if you're trying to wiggle the gag out of your mouth with
dexterity.
your tongue, that's gonna be just dexterity, not.
Some people are talented.
Look at it up. Watch me.
18.
Hey, make up a new homebrew feat. Tongue
Has anybody seen? Oh, what is it? What's that really bad movie with like tonguey? Does anybody?
I don't
Kung
even.
Fu. No.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Pao.
Kung Pao Fists of Fury.
Yes, Kung Pao. Thank you.
So this game has devolved into Kung Pao. um, 18. You are able to free your jaw of this gag and this spit out the wadded
It's just the
handkerchief.
wad I want to spit out. I'm gonna keep the gag in. Could I still talk with it in though?
Yeah, much better. So
I want to continue the earthquakes. I'm not gonna try to call in guards, but I am gonna continue the earthquakes. And if possible, can I spit out the gag in a spot that's concealed where they don't see I spit it out?
I'd say roll to spit, but I'm just gonna say with a dexterity save that's enough. Yes, you
Okay.
can spit it across the room.
I'm gonna look unassuming, like when the earthquakes continue, like it's not me, it's just happening.
And so you're just routinely like getting the
Yeah.
gag just down onto your chin so you can speak the words, and then
Yeah.
like kind of lift it back up into your mouth.
Just cause earthquakes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
I want them to either like find me too much of a bother or well, I think they're gonna try to kill me either way, so it doesn't really matter.
yeah. You do notice that when they come to check on you, there's 4 of them now that come to check on you, and then they leave you alone, and then yeah, they're still not bringing you food. They don't want to ungag you. So back over at the mountain, the guards run back up to Kaori, and there's a voice in the snow. I think there's a ninja is about. There must have been. We didn't see anybody, but we heard him. He said he would join our group to speak with you. What should we do?
If the moon knew we were here, we would already be surrounded.
They look around nervously, like maybe we are. Uh-oh.
I think after maybe a minute goes by after they went back, I would, silently, stealthily break off from my point and kind of begin, like, I would go to like this cliff face or this cliff face right here and just kind of, sit in that classic like ninja crouched pose just above all of them.
Yes. Kaori,
I've got a +9 to my perception.
I was about to ask your passives.
Well, my passive is 15.
Passive would be 19.
Shizukeza, do you want to roll stealth or be passive stealth?
I'll roll stealth. Although I think I am probably
a natural one.
I think I am probably I'm wanting to make myself known to them, but I'll roll stealth anyways because it's funny.
Okay. Yep. So you kind of you're not trying to necessarily just be totally incognito, and you kind of crouch down, and they see you. Kaori and Liu Shang, you see them. The other samurai are looking around, not up, so they don't see them right away. Actually, no, their passive is 12, so until you make yourself known, they do not see.
Do I recognize him?
I forget what you rolled for your.
He rolled for me. I didn't roll for him.
Okay. So yes.
I will say he definitely isn't wearing samurai armor. He left that behind ages ago. He definitely is like that classic ninja look.
Roll a history because of the time when he was in the samurai.
7.
So
Is that what I rolled? Or no, I got a nat 1.
You rolled a nat 1.
I'm a +5 in intelligence. Sucks.
Well, I guess you just were not destined to know each other at this point.
I would, since I don't immediately recognize him, as soon as he is within my field of vision, there would be an arrow pointed up at him.
Mm-hmm.
Because as far as I was aware, my guys were going to go get him and bring him back, and I do not recognize him, so he would have an arrow pointed at him.
Okay.
Hand is on the sword, but it hasn't been pulled yet.
What do you do?
I just sit there on the ledge looking at all of them, and I just simply say, "Your men are loud. They risk getting caught."
They are not meant for infiltration. They are meant for scouting. You can be a little loud when you are scouting. Who are you?
I am. They, as you said, this group definitely don't seem to be the Barracuda.
No, you can tell that they seem to be looking to infiltrate or do something against the Barracuda.
Okay. I am one looking to oppose the false shogun just as yourselves. I have been here for some time staking out this prison.
Inside check?
Sure,
I do that too.
go for it. And then I'll leave it to Pi. You can determine what they insight from their rolls.
Oh, I did not roll out well.
16 insight. I'm the Barracuda the entire time.
Okay, withdrawing permission from. I'm just kidding.
And fired.
No, he's definitely telling the truth. He yeah, he don't know like the Barracuda.
He no like him.
He know like he, and he's definitely yeah, he's telling the truth. If that's what you're aiming for with your insight.
Yeah.
This guy's gonna run back here too.
Kaori would put her arrow back in her quiver and sling her bow along her back and flag for him to come down and join them.
I would indeed make my way down. Boop, 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 boop.
Oh, okay. No, we don't have.
Oh, you broke up really bad.
Yeah, that was robotics. We're not in the future.
I was not discussed myself. I didn't realize we were on the map.
Oh.
Sorry about that. There you go. But yeah, as you approach, you can see that the party before you, the 5 samurai, they definitely do not. They're not the Barracuda's men, and they're armed for. They're armed as samurai would, which is more than a lot of what you've seen in the cities.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody else really carries weapons unless they work for the Barracuda, and these are not the Barracuda's agents. So with that, as you approach also, you get a much better look at Kaori, and I will once again let you roll a history.
Oh boy. I'm ready to get a low roll. I'm gonna say I'm gonna tie your 7.
We do not know each other at all.
It's the last chance. That's it. No more chance. You do not know each other.
We do not know each other. The fates are not in our favor.
Hey man, it's been a while since I've been a samurai.
No history. Got it. That's what this says. We have no history together.
Yeah.
Which is fine.
Which is fine, yeah.
We can work with this. We'll make it history.
Adrian's like, damn you guys and your bad rolls.
Continue to look around to see if there's anyone else. Because I didn't get a good insight on him. Just making so I want to see if there's anyone else that might be trying to sneak into a position.
Okay. Yeah, it looks. That was perception, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So he does look to be alone. There's no real signs of anybody else except for you guys on this trail so far. It looks to be a solo operative.
Move up here and say he's alone. Don't think the Barracuda would be so subtle. Like I can't. Oh, he would say that. We can't get a read on it. I don't think the Barricuda would be so subtle to send one man. But I do not know him or his intent.
Okay, thank you. And I will turn my attention back to the newcomer. How long have you been staking out the place?
For several days now. Long enough to learn the guard rotations.
What is your goal?
My goal is a mission of 2 acts. 1, free their prisoner. 2, take out the captain and the daimyo that is planning to visit this prison.
When is their arrival? We saw no one.
I would know their arrival time, right? Was it a day, a few hours? Because I got here before them.
You would know that it was most likely going to be the next day, but he's en route, so it could be sooner, or unless the weather, like you're on the mountain, but it's not really snowing. It's just snowy. So if they make good time, then maybe they'll arrive in the evening. But
Okay. They are currently en route to the prison. They could be here in a few hours. They could be here by tomorrow.
Oh. Daniel, does that mean this? Does that mean would they come for final judgment on the prisoner?
That would make sense.
Which means we have to act today.
We act tonight. Cover of nightfall always makes the best for infiltration. If you know the rotation of the guards, and it seems like our goals align, I do believe we can work together on this. We can get the prisoner to safety. We have locations, we have men. This is but a handful. We can get the prisoner to safety, and if the stars align and the sun shines bright, we may be able to offer assistance in your second goal.
Good. If you plan an infiltration, the back 2 towers would be your best bet. They provide ample cover, thanks to the mountain, and are furthest away from the barracks where most of the men reside.
How are you with climbing?
I can handle myself.
All right. Let's see you prove that. We go at dusk. That's when we start.
Cannons on those towers. Cannons require gunpowder. You've been here a few days. What do you think about? Would there be a possible way of detonating that in the barracks?
The cannons are on a swivel. If we wish to take them out, getting to one of the emplacements on one of the further further towers, and requisitioning their cannon to aim down at the barracks.
Wasn't so
Would
much
be
thinking
best.
of the cannon itself, I was thinking the fuel. powder horns, powder kegs.
Would I know where they keep the ammunition? I mean, I assume they probably don't keep the ammunition where they sleep, which would be the barracks.
I think that would require a little. You can roll another check if you want to spend like more time trying to survey or try to figure it out before dusk, because you have like basically another like short rest segment type of thing to do if you would like. So if you wish to get that information, I will allow for another check.
Sure. Would that be investigation?
It would be, and it would also require a post-stealth perception check since you'd be getting in closer.
Okay, so stealth, perception, and investigation?
It'd be me's perception, you roll stealth and investigation.
Okay. Here goes a stealth. Come on, this is what rogues are good at! And I'm gonna get a nat one.
Ooh, whoa, whoa. I thought those were his roll, both his rolls at first.
So, you are trying to get in to find out. Go ahead and roll your investigation.
Okay. 18.
Okay. So, let's see. Just getting seen. You are the only person out there. You're not dressed like a samurai.
I am not.
I think all this is you're starting to get closer and snoop around, and then you can find out that basically, because each tower has its own cannon, the gunpowder is stored actually within the tower in one of the middle, like there's stairwells that goes up, but there's a middle floor, and they've got a crane basically that will bring it in. So they have to physically carry the barrels up to the middle station, and then from there they can load it up via crane, and that's how they load the cannons. So each one has a stash basically halfway up. But as you're kind of getting in closer to try to get an idea for what it is, one of the guard towers, this closest one, starts to shout, and you can see the archers are starting to point down towards you, and you book it. And they saw you, and they were kind of pointing and shouting in your direction, but nobody gives chase. Nobody really does anything.
I start an earthquake. I hear shouting. I start an earthquake.
Go ahead and roll a deception check really quick.
Sweet. Deception. It's not amazing, but 6.
Okay. So it's happens at the same time, but doesn't seem to be like they don't think you caused the guy outside to do something.
I don't think they would, but I'm just doing an earthquake because I can, and I hear shouting. I'm like, sounds like a good time. Let's start an earthquake.
So, with that, I know it's been kind of a long first half, but Feng, you are still in jail. I apologize for the slowness, but on the outside, we have the party kind of grouped together. Shizuke's, you come running back in with the information. Do you say anything about what happened or no?
I would, I'd report back. I'd let them know where the gunpowder's kept, and I would also let them know that come dusk, when we plan, I will be handling the guards in the frontmost tower.
Kind of gets a confused look. I just like, okay, but she will give a firm nod.
Okay. So as preparations begin and you stake out for the final positions you wish to be in before nightfall, the camera will zoom out on the mountain as we see you all preparing, and then in through the window you can see the Star Reader still enchained. There's kind of a quake, and the guards come running in again. And we shall take a break. Let's say, let's come back at like what, 8:05 or how's that work? Like 10, 15 minutes work?
Okay.
Yeah.
Come back on the 5.
Cool. welcome back. We are finishing, or we just finished the break. We will now resume and see what Kaori and Liu Shang Day and Shizukeza. If I keep feeling like I'm pronouncing that wrong, so correct me if I am.
You got it.
What is going on? It is now evening, nightfall. What are you all up to? What's the plan?
Making earthquakes happen.
Go ahead and roll another. What would that be? I feel at this point it's
Performance?
probably performance, yeah, because it's just how loud can you actually make these kind of shock waves.
Not particularly large, but
I think they're not even coming into your room at this point. They're just ignoring you. So
ignore me. Ignore me.
so some respite, at least from seeing their faces, which is perhaps part of the plan. So, outside, what are you doing?
Well, I'm pretty sure I'm a decent. Yeah, I'm a pretty good climber, but I got no stealth. I don't know. I guess we're not in the modern age where they have spotlights. They have torches up there probably.
Yes, they have like those crates with fire embers and stuff in it for warmth, more than anything else. So they don't have great visibility looking down, but it is against a white backdrop with the snow. So actually, let's see, Fang.
Oh, perfect. You're about to talk to me.
Yes.
Can I try to pick my lock with my hairpin?
Even if you could get it in your teeth, I don't think you can reach your wrists because they're held up.
Yeah, it's more like a strength check to try to hold my body up while I try to pick the lock, and that's not happening.
Yeah, what I will say though, because you are the star reader, why don't you roll percentile dice to see what the weather is like for the evening?
Oh.
Good being high
99.
and low being low. Oh, really good weather, unfortunately, guys. Clear skies, stars are out, moon is out. With 99, actually, that might benefit Fang more than anyone else. I'm gonna turn this volume down.
Does it mean I get an extra bit of bits to my magic?
Yes.
Yay! Could my earthquake have advantage?
I will.
Could we consider our plan B? Have one of our samurai stay back, and if we get spotted, have them make a ruckus and kind of ride off on the horses, and maybe get them to make chase.
Oh, so use one of the ABC samurais.
So, Eric, we're on that same wavelength because that's exactly what I was gonna have one of them do, and then the other two, what I wanted them to do was to hide out at the base of either one of the towers or the actual building itself and wait for a whistle, and then use a blanket and basically do like the fireman catch in case we have to make a very emergency exit.
Just jump. That's funny. Yeah.
Just jump into a blanket.
Because you have one guy on standby, probably with a horse up in the tree line to be ready to create like distraction.
Distraction in a ruckus, yeah.
Okay, and then the other two you want to keep on standby nearby.
Yep, for a whistle to come over with a blanket and basically be an emergency drop down in case we can't climb back down.
Okay. So
I probably have 100 feet of rope or 60.
Yeah,
Actually, we know how tall it is, so I have about 70 feet of rope, tied wrapped around on my back, so I can just drop it or carry it up and then drop it down.
Yeah. Kaori would offer to climb first for stealth and installing pittance.
Okay, so for the map here, I don't have the wider one. I suppose I could keep you on the wider one.
We could scale it from this section down here, from this section over here, but have it be basically where it's just on the other side.
Yeah. I think another thing I could do is I could just put Fang on the other map too. Let me copy.
Prisoner transport? Did I just hear prisoner transport?
There you is. There's your face.
Right, let me...
I'm on the roof.
Okay. For the people going to the towers, what is the plan again for that?
Oh, so it sounds like the stealthy people are going first, and then I will take up the then I will climb up with a rope. And I don't know. Do you want these guys to come once we're all up?
No. I want them to stay down at the bottom. One for the distraction in case we need it. The other two to basically make a catch parachute in case we have to jump.
I won't have that problem.
So they can see patrols of the guards moving around on the bottom of the place. So there's like a walkway that's like it's open air walkway but covered in there. Basically patrol around all the edges of the building. So you can kind of time it to be there or neutralize the guards, whatever you prefer. But you basically want to take over one of the towers, right? That's the idea.
Yep.
Top left, right, bottom left, right. Which one? You can put your tokens wherever.
I'm thinking this one, but I'm open to either or.
This seems some kind of cliff face here, so this tower would seem sort of logically, and it's in the back. One is always just have to cross this open area.
Yeah, but you could also skirt around it beyond the map and come at it from a different direction too. You can basically start at whichever tower that you want, and then for the guards, are you wanting them to stay near the tower that you are climbing as like the backup?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll put
It's
this
either kind of cover or like rock cover or wood cover.
Okay. So who is trying to get up close to the tower?
Kaori is. She's gonna start inputting the pittance to climb.
Okay. So I'll have you roll the first stealth check.
Okay. 27.
Nice.
That's nice. So you kind of slide down the embankment and kind of run across the no man's land and up to the base of the tower. Probably not even breathing heavily or not even breaking a sweat, and you're able to start to work, and you kind of try to time it with like the noise of the wind for the clinking of the pitons, but it's no real way around it that it is loud. The advantage is they're 50 feet up in the air with a barrier between the overhang, so it's like they're probably not going to hear anything, at least not right away. But yeah, you're able to start on that project.
Awesome.
Okay.
I'd follow with some stealthy stealth.
Okay. So go ahead and make your stay. Wow.
Yes!
Okay.
Brother.
So you expertly, silently join up at the base. You can see Kaori already starting to work on these pitons. The way I was counting these, by the way, is kind of skill challenge style, where you have to make so many successes out of the party. So between the two of you, Eric, you don't have to roll if you don't want to. You can if you want to, but you basically are successful with the stealth part of it. But if you want to roll, you can, and just to see what
I
you do.
kind of want to roll. My stealth is going to be pretty. It's not going to be none because of these fine people, but my athletics to climb. So, oh wow!
Damn!
So
There we go!
yeah,
And then athletics plus
I don't think we're climbing yet.
oh,
if you
oh,
want
did I get a 9? It should be +7, not +9. I hit the wrong button.
to, yeah. So far you all get up to the tower expertly stealthy, no issues. If you're wanting to begin to climb, then yeah, Kaori started with the pitons, but if you want to kind of take over and move up, or you want to just climb up as far as she's gotten and then just try to do it manually the rest of the way.
I think just kind of manually.
Okay, so go ahead and
What?
roll climb with advantage for the first check.
Hit the wrong. It's supposed to be plus. Oh. No, not great rolls, but 18.
Okay, so you're able to scramble up easily with the pitons up to about, let's see, we'll say it's 60 feet, we said, so we'll do it in groups of what, 20, but with the advantage on the first section, you can have climbed up.
Would this tower be shorter though? Because if this tower is 60 feet, would this one be?
Oh, because it's like on the hill?
Yeah.
I wonder, would it make sense to just keep it 60 feet, even if it's lopsided, so they have a different, higher range of visuals?
I would think so.
I
I think
think
that would be a logical idea.
I think it is. So yeah, it would be 60 feet still. However, with the pitons, you're basically able to skip past that first section and kind of begin climbing up. So you're about halfway. Which would put you at a 30-foot distance to the top, if that's what you're going for.
I could use Misty Step to grab my sword and just teleport up there, but if I don't need to, could save my magic. But he's ready if need be to grab the sword and just appear up there.
Okay. All right, I'm seeing Fang's message in there. So you're trying to use, is this still thaumaturgy?
I can use up to 3 thaumaturgies at a time. And they last for a minute, and I can just keep doing them because they're cantrips.
Okay. So you're wanting to duplicate the sound of like leaks and like people walking around and stuff?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead and roll. Do a deception or performance at advantage.
They're both 3, so we'll just do deception. So 16.
Okay. So this does. So you're wanting to make the sound of people walking around the floors below you?
Yeah, because I can do the spell within 30 feet.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I want it to be like the sound of people rummaging around, like, beneath me. I don't know what's down there. Well, actually, do I know what's down there? Would I have passed that area on my way up? How much of the layout?
Roll a history check because I'm not sure if you were awake or not. Okay, so I will show you the lower map.
Excellent.
And then you can retcon if you wish.
I don't see anything.
So
okay.
The level below is, you can ignore the stairs. I didn't cover those up.
Then
but it's
can
basically,
I make it that way?
Which way?
Like, hold on. Let me check a distance meter.
So on you're basically the level above this. So.
Well, if
like
you add.
The downstairs is basically like more open barracks.
Can you see where my arrow's pointed?
Yes. So by
Can I make
the lobby?
Come from the lobby sound?
Okay.
Because honestly, with the way I would plan to escape if I was doing it by myself, I would want to get people not in my room. I don't know how I'm going to get out of these handcuffs, but when they do, I'm not going to be going down. I'm going to be going out.
Okay. So, yeah, you will create some confusion, and you'd probably pull the guards on the outside inside, but you're basically making sounds in a lobby where a bunch of people can see. So you're not getting people to come up to you. You're pulling people from outside to inside, basically.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. I'm just
Which
creating
means,
confusion.
yeah, these guys are going to come down actually that way. So you pull some of the guards away, which is actually advantageous to the others. But Lu Shengde, you are kind of hanging on halfway up this tower. What is Shizukeza doing?
I have a silly question.
I like silly questions.
Do these towers just have front doors?
They do on this portion.
Okay. With my 27 stealth, could I like shimmy my way to the door?
Yeah, I'm gonna put you back on the other map though because it's more accurate for scale for the size of
Okay.
these towers. So you should see yourself right here.
Yes.
And just in time, let me actually put all of these guards around on token layer. Yeah, that's all I'll put on for now. These guards are running towards the front door with their spears out. These guys in the back aren't really noticing. They're still patrolling.
Um,
But yeah, this is here is the entrance.
okay. I would like to, kind of shimmy up to that door, and I would like to listen in. Like, put my ear to the door.
Okay.
Would that be perception?
Yes.
Okay. 17.
Okay. It sounds to be silent from within.
Well, while they scale the tower, I will open the door if possible and sneak my way in.
Okay. The door is barred, it seems. It is not just open access.
Can I use my thieves' tools to possibly maybe jimmy something into the door, get the bar up so I can get in?
Yes, roll your sleight of hand with your tools appropriately. I think that's what you get double proficiency if you have the tools and you're proficient with them.
Yeah, I can actually roll. Do you want me to roll sleight of hand or actually roll the tools?
If you have
That's
the
thing.
tools, then if it's set up for that, roll that.
Okay, forget how to do this. Use tool. I assume this would be dexterity
Yes.
and expertise.
Okay. So what this looks like is probably have like a thin file or something that you can actually wedge between the door, and kind of propping up. It takes actually some strength to be able to lift the crossbar out of its socket, but you do so just enough to push the door just out, and then you kind of gently catch the bar on the inside so it doesn't clatter down, and you have opened the door. Inside, you find just kind of a circular entrance room, which is filled with different crates and boxes. Like storage is primarily what it's used for, it seems, with anything from rations to other stuff. But definitely the staircase that spirals up to the next floor is where they keep the rest of the powder kegs.
Okay, I will rebar the door once I enter and begin take out my dagger and begin sneaking my way upstairs.
Okay, perfect. So Kaori, you've seen Lu Shengde kind of climbing up. He's making good speed. Are you doing anything?
I am following behind him.
Okay. So I'll have
Yes.
you roll an athletics check as well with advantage. And then Lu Shengde, what would you like to do?
Hey.
Now he's gonna continue to climb.
Okay. So go ahead and roll another athletics. And at this point, you don't have the tools, like the pitons, unless you want to try to install them as you're going.
No.
But yeah, if you climb up, you get to a point where you're not falling, but there's like the handholds are, it's just smooth. And it's cold stone too, so it's kind of your fingers feel pain just from like touching some of the edges as you're trying to rock climb up this wall. You get to kind of to a point where you're just hanging on.
I mean, he just got stuck
Mhm.
all the way.
So Kaori, you're coming up behind him, and you can tell that Liu Shangde may have come up to like a point where there's no real good holds.
Hmm. Is he firm enough in his grasp where I could ask him to brace himself?
He's steady, yeah.
I say, brace yourself. I'll install more.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a sleight of hand check for that, I think, because at this point you're kind of balancing on either the last piton you installed or like actually on just a quarter-inch crevice of stone.
18.
But yeah, you're able to kind of like put one of the wedges in and let go just for a second to tap it with the hammer, and tink, you kind of lodge it and then re-grab the stone wall and then just with your other hand hit it again. You place a hold on it. Now it's one that you could climb, or you could have Liu Shangde kind of step over onto it and kind of readjust and try again. Your choice.
I will step back and allow him to step over,
Okay. So,
knowing that he's just stronger, like he's just overall stronger than me.
okay, so Liu Shangde, there's now another foothold that you can kind of shimmy over to, like just a couple feet over, and you can maybe try again on this new section of wall and try.
There we go.
Yeah, and that is definitely what you needed to just skip over this smooth surface, and you get back over to one of the rougher edges, and you climb up again, and you are just about to the top without climbing over. You can basically do so on your next turn if you wish. And then Kaori, if you also wanted to follow, you may. Having the piton, you would be able to also roll with advantage. Actually, no, you won't get advantage unless you're installing more pitons.
Yeah, I'm going to install pitons as I go. He's a couple steps ahead of me. What I am trying to prepare for is if we are exiting down this way, I want it to be an easy route for ourselves and for the person
Okay, sure.
trying to free.
So yeah, you can carry the 18 over and continue to do these as you're making it up. Shizukeza, from inside, there's nobody between you and the stairwell, and as you go up, what are you trying to do?
I am going up until I can see. Does the staircase go all the way up to the tippy top?
It will. There's also on the middle platform, that's where like the gunpowder storage room is. That's another locked graded door, so it's more like just a metal thing with a pick lock type thing, keyed lock, sorry. And then there's like a crane that lifts up from the tower down to like retrieve the barrels.
Okay, so to get through this room, I would have to pick another lock.
You would.
I will do that. I will try and do that. Thieves' tools. Use tool. Dexterity. Expertise.
Okay.
20.
Just enough. This is, I don't know where you learned to do this, but you were successful at it, and your tools kind of pop the latch, and you're able to open up the thing. It squeaks unbearably loudly to your ears. Hopefully nobody heard the thing opening, but inside...
It was just the wind.
That's quite possibly what they think.
Speaking of wind, I'm also making wind above me and making it sound like the roof tiles are flying off.
You are just
Dang.
the world's most annoying prisoner.
Go ahead and roll another performance.
Like, why don't I'm thinking like, boy, if I was these guys, yeah, I'd probably want to execute you too.
Oh my goodness. So Shizukeza, you've opened this area, and Liu Shangde, you are just about to the top, about to peer over, when you hear some shouting. And people from the guard towers move over to this side of the thing. These guys are small, but whatever. They're pointing down at the roof, and you can see them trying to like light torches from their brazier and like kind of hold it out to try to look down at the roof. They seem to be all distracted by Fang and his.
Does that performance warrant for them to hear like a sound on the air? So you think you can starve me? Is what they think they hear in the wind.
So Kaori and Liu Shang, they roll perception checks.
Just a hot quick while they're doing that, just a hot quick question for clarification.
Yes.
These tokens, they just represent the cannons, right? And there are 3 actual guys on the tower, and this is just the token to represent the cannon, or are there
Yes,
actual people on the cannon?
It's a cannon token, so
Okay.
there's 3 guys up there.
Okay. Just one clarification. Thank you.
No, I thought there'd be 3 guys and a guy manning the cannon.
No, the cannoneer would be staffed as one of the archers.
Mm.
Don't make me think about it too much, because I might be convincing myself that there's a cannoneer crew.
Okay. Well, once they kind of moved away from that, he's going to huff and grab himself and hoist himself over the rail, the edge there. Immediately, sword is drawn and moves over to the one. I guess they're all right by the entrance.
Yeah, they're all like peering over, trying to look down at the roof.
He rushes over, and we want to do this quickly. So I will use Fighting Spirit to get 5 temporary hit points and advantage on all my attacks this turn.
Okay.
I'm considering power attack, but that would be harder chance to hit. So,
Okay, that hits.
okay. The 15 hits. So the first guy, he will. Eight damage as the Okatana slashes across his back.
Okay. The guy lets out a surprised howl and kind of drops his torch and like clutches towards his back. He's still up though.
I was hoping I should. No, it didn't kill him. He'll flip the sword around, come back the other way for his second attack.
Okay. Was that the 21?
Yeah.
Okay, yep, so that definitely hits, yeah. And then you roll 2 dice with it, so if you want to, you can roll dice, or he's just, yeah, he's down.
He's down. So now, because I have Great Weapon Master, as a bonus action, attack the next guy.
Go for it.
Nice.
But I have advantage because of Fighting Spirit still. So 25, I'm assuming hits.
25 does hit, yes.
And 12 damage to the next guy.
Yeah, he goes down too with one proper slice. He's just down.
So he comes up, slashes this guy across the back, and then flips the blade around and just one swipe cuts down the two on the backswing. Oh, after flipping the blade.
So,
That's all my actions.
Yeah, the third guy like turns. He's like very surprised that his friends are down before he even knows what's going on. Kaori, you're right over there as well. What would you like to do?
I am. I'm going to, not really too concerned considering the Shangdai's up there. I'm just going to continue to build the pittance, kind of following the same climb path that he did, knowing that since he was able to get up there, obviously the holes would probably be big enough to hold a pitton too.
Okay. Yep. So you basically would be able to complete that this turn, and
Cool.
then in the downstairs, Shizukaiza, what are you doing? You're inside
Can
the
I-
room with the powder kegs.
Can I make it to the top?
Yeah, you can definitely do that. You can either, well, there's the crane, which you can climb up the rope, or you can just go up the stairs.
I'd just be following the stairs.
Okay, then yeah, you'd pop up kind of just outside behind where Li Shengde is. There's no hatch, so the stairs just goes up into open air, and you can see kind of what's going on. Li Shengde, whooshing, whooshing.
Okay. Well, I will, as I get up there, use a bonus action to coat my dagger in some poison.
Nice.
And because I have an ally next to the bad guy, I will get sneak attack, and because this guy technically hasn't gone yet,
Yep.
I have advantage on my attack roll. Yep, I was hoping to get the surprise attack, but this works. So I'm gonna chuck my dagger at him with some advantage. For 21,
That hits.
for 5 piercing, and the 13 is the sneak attack, and he has to make a the poisoner feed poison is a DC 14 con save or take 2 poison
So
and be poisoned.
So you did 5 plus 13 plus con save for poison.
He
He
thought
dead.
Assassin did something like max damage or anything, didn't it? Well, I haven't played one. I haven't done that in a while, but if he hasn't gone. Oh, but you kill him anyway. Never mind.
Yeah. He's dead.
I just walk up and yank my dagger out of his chest.
And then Kaori, you can kind of breach the top now. As you pop down, you can see everything's taken care of.
I just kind of nod. I'm gonna go to the cannon and check. Is it loaded?
Yes, it is loaded.
Okay.
A
I would-
fiery torch brand to the ignition would fire it. It's also on a swivel.
I
Interesting.
nod approvingly to the ninja and say, and then when she comes up, so far so good. So far everything's going to plan.
So far, so good. Now we get in, and I will. Is there a window?
So there's from the top. There's the what are they called? Malfications, something. I forget. These sticks, like the openings. It goes up and down and up and down.
Oh yeah. And then
Matriculations, I think they are.
is there windows on this building? And does it look like it's jumpable, or would I need to shoot an arrow?
So it's definitely would be much safer with an arrow. The towers are taller than the actual prison, so you'd be jumping down from the tower to the rooftop of the prison. The prison itself, even though it's kind of smaller on the top and wider at the bottom, you can see that there is a window where the prisoner thing would be able to kind of look out from, and there's one on each side in between the towers. What you also see is the other guards from the other towers, primarily actually the bottom ones. They're all like trying to look at the roofs too, because that's where the guards' attentions have been pulled because of Fang's shenanigans. But they don't seem to be really seeing anything wrong, so their attention will likely.
It's because obviously it was at a different part of the roof that I'm gonna do now.
Most annoying prisoner in the world.
It seems to be them that you can hear them saying, it's just the Star Reader again, he's making all this noise, and they ignore you.
So I'm gonna
darn.
I'm gonna take advantage during their time of ignorance to tie a rope at the end of my arrow and shoot it to how big is the window that looks into his cage? Is it like a slit? Is it an actual window? Like, what is it?
So the structure was made not specifically to be a prison at first, and they like retrofitted it. That's why the towers are all like surrounding this structure. So the windows themselves would be barred, so you can't get out, but they're pretty big to let light in and stuff. So if the bars were not an issue, then you could just easily get through the window. As it stands, the bars would prevent anyone from getting in or out.
Gotcha. I look over at Liu Shang and say, if we can get you to that window, do you think you can bend the bars and get our prisoner friend out?
Pretty strong. Bending steel? Maybe. Well, he's just saying that he's gonna grab one of these bodies that we he attacked the torso, so their head should still be intact, and he's going to like stand the bodies up as if leaning against the ramparts, so there's still kind of a silhouette of the guards there.
Okay. Go ahead and roll performance or deception with advantage, because you're not really under any pressure. You just need to find a way to like prop them up so they don't like loll like a dead person.
15 deception.
Well, you get an advantage.
Oh.
No, 15's pretty good.
Oh.
Yes.
That's pretty good. So, you probably like utilize the crane because like the rope is so invisible at night. You like hook one of the guards up and then get the crane on like some sort of rotation, so it looks like he's pacing back and forth. Yeah, he looks totally normal.
That's more than I was expecting. And then I don't know if I have stuff. I don't know how much we're doing with each turn, but then he would drop the 70-foot rope off the side over here where he came up.
Okay, was that the rope that Kaori was going to use, or do you have?
No,
You have your own?
That's the rope he was
That's his
carrying up like that.
Okay, got it. Okay. So yeah, see the other two samurai, one of them runs over and like secures it on the bottom and gives you like the universal acknowledgement thumbs up.
How far down was the prison to the tower?
The rooftop would be probably about 20 feet below you.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of just want to jump to it and try and do like a controlled landing, like controlled fall to land.
According to the distance measuring, it's 30 feet from me to a tower.
Yeah, it'd be 20 feet up and then probably not that far over. I should move you actually all at this point to the other map. 1 second. There we go.
Oh, there's two of me.
Goodbye.
Now there's tiny you.
Better for stealth.
Okay. Yeah, so you just want to jump off and try?
Yeah, I think I just want to, get a running start, jump off, and do like a controlled fall to land on the roof.
Okay, so that would be not athletics, that would be acrobatics.
That's what I was hoping for. If it fails me, it didn't.
Okay. So you take a running leap, step onto the ramparts there, and then just jump. And then it feels like slow motion. You go whoosh, until you hit tile and start to slide. The snow kind of is slick underneath you, but your foot catches the tile just before you hit the edge, and you kind of catch yourself hanging on top. This creates a noise which the guards ignore.
Nice.
Oh,
You're
sweet.
welcome.
Nice, Becca.
Oh, that's hilarious.
So as he lands, seeing him over there, I'm going to take an arrow and I'm going to tie an end of a rope to it and I'm going to shoot it so it lands near him, so he can tie it off and we can get Lushenga over easy.
Would I have heard this sound that I did not create?
Yes, actually, I'm not even going to make you roll perception. This is a loud thud. It sounded very familiar to like what you were making noises for, but this is someone just landed on the roof.
That's a thud and not my thud.
And I recognize the direction of the thud, right?
Yep, you can tell.
Will you make thud noises in another direction?
I will make thud noises in another direction.
Yeah, go ahead and roll, but with definite advantage.
Deception. I'm just gonna roll it twice.
Yeah.
That first time was a failure.
Roll for thud.
Yeah, the natural one would have been like, they're finally gonna come check on you again, but the 14, they're all rolling
Them
their
checking
eyes.
on me would not necessarily have been a bad thing. The other thing I was thinking about was like thaumaturgy, make my voice louder command. You know.
Out of range command. That's funny.
You like seeing like 100 bottles of beer on the wall all night with thaumaturgy?
Yes. More like a love song to our son who was brutally killed. I'm going to like impromptu make a song about our king and the terror of the Barricuda in thaumaturgy. Very loudly.
At that point, they know you're ungagged.
Yeah, they would know you're ungagged with that for sure.
That is true. It would be a touching love song.
So yeah, they would come back in and gag you if you tried to do that. But you can roll another dexterity save. Or dexterity
I
check.
didn't do that.
Oh,
It was
okay.
it was
That would have been funny.
potentially ideas that I've been having while I've been locked up in here for a few hours
Okay.
because of the game time.
Yeah. Sorry, I really probably should have tried to do this better. But anyway, Shizukaze is on the roof, and then Kaori, you can just make an attack roll for the arrow.
I'm just embracing being locked up and having nothing to do and thinking of all the possibilities.
Thank you for being a good sport.
Natural. I'm gonna use my inspiration. Woo!
Wow. Wow.
Hold on. Okay, it's not. Something's not cursed. Okay.
Okay. Shizukaze, roll a dexterity save. Okay, I'm actually not sure how to rule this. Would this be against the 11? Or...
The 12 is higher than 11. Just saying.
Okay, the arrow thuds into the roof. Fang, roll another performance check for me. So yeah, Shizukaze, you almost just got shot by this arrow.
Do I get advantage?
No, not with this one, because it's the outside guards. But the attention is drawn towards the arrow strike.
Oh, crud. Can I make like loud knocking noises over here on the? Sorry, my arrow is not working. Can I do loud?
You can try, but
over
it sounds like
in that direction.
Yeah, you can try.
Okay. I'm gonna go with deception. Oh, I don't know if it's working.
Yeah, they're.
I'm doing my best, guys.
Seems their attention is drawn. Kaori, did that arrow have the rope on it?
Yep.
Okay.
Do I notice that they're walking this way?
You roll a perception check. As
Okay.
will I.
22.
Okay, you see
Oh,
them.
snap.
They seem
Do
to be.
they not see the rope?
No, they're looking up and they across the sky for whatever reason. It's a cloud. They don't see anything right away. And it's almost like they're not looking only up. They're looking for what sounded like an arrow, because it was an arrow. But they're like looking to try to see if are the guards there. And at this point, these other guards are still there. But yeah, they're.
If I wasn't constantly making weird noises, you guys probably would be screwed.
Yeah, if I notice that they're not noticing it, I won't cut the rope. But if it looks like they might start getting to notice it and more come investigating, I will cut the rope.
No, it looks like they're hovering on like yellow alert this whole time because of Fang, but it's like this just another yellow alert type of a thing. It's like, man, this is so weird. Yeah, so emergency is okay for now. So you've got the rope attached, and you. Oh, actually, what did you roll for perception? 22. You start
Yeah.
hearing knocks on the other side of the roof, though. It sounds like footsteps and all, I don't know, whatever it's.
Dancing. The Irish jig is
obviously-
happening next door.
Obviously, I take a look and notice nothing.
Yeah, nothing.
Well, you see exactly what's there.
So after securing the rope, I'll start shimmying my way to a window.
Okay, so the windows you would have to drop down to, and because of, you know what like Chinese towers look like, right? So you have to get on the underside of the roof and kind of climb back down to where the actual window would be. So that would be some, unless you can sell me on acrobatics, it'd be like an athletics roll.
Could I sell you on acrobatics by just telling you the entirety of every single Assassin's Creed game?
Yeah, go ahead and roll acrobatics.
20.
Yeah.
Nice.
So Assassin's Creed style, you just yeah, you can now Feng, for you, as you're going on the underside of the roof now, you hear another thud against the wall, and before you know it, you can see out of the corner of your eye a figure up against the window. Now, before we go further, Kaori and Liu Shang, you're still up at the tower. Are you doing anything extra?
There's been enough noise that I'm not as agile as them, so I'm not going to be leaping off the tower and onto a roof.
Okay.
I go down the steps. Is there a door onto the upper level of the tower?
Well, there's a rope you could climb. We did just set up that rope.
Yeah, we did lock a rope in place that you could take over if you wanted to. It's a slide
yeah.
down.
So the tower is separate from the actual prison building. So the rope though is stretched down to the roof.
Okay, and then we'd have to go through the window still. But okay, I guess he will slide down the rope and hopefully make his way following the ninja.
Okay. So go ahead and roll. I kind of think this. Are you climbing or sliding the rope?
Probably climb. I don't know how well he would just slide down and zip line down it. That
Yeah,
would
like-
seem a little harder. I think he would try climbing down.
Okay, so that would be athletics. Okay. Yep, that's with the rope. That's not a problem. So you can climb down, fist over fist, climbing until you reach to the roof where Kaori had shot. Because of the positioning, you're basically reach to the edge of the roof, and from there you'd have to climb on the underside of the roof to the window or mount the roof.
Mount the roof as in like go cut through the roof.
to like be on top of the roof, or otherwise you have to like hang on the underside of the roof.
He'll go towards the edge of the roof and try to go to the window like the ninja went.
Okay.
Not probably nearly as smooth as a ninja friend, but
So that would be another athletics roll, but before you roll it, because you're kind of getting there, Shizukeza and Fang, like Fang, you look over, you can see this person at the window.
Sorry. I was distracted by Emily. That was me, right? Did I see somebody by the window?
Yes, you see
Okay.
the ninja.
I obviously recognize he's not wearing guard's uniform. I would say, my good sir, do you happen to know how to unlock this? I say, obviously being chained up. Well, partially gagged, actually. Let me try that again. My good sir, do you know how to unlock this? How was that?
I'm gonna give you an inspiration because you've been stuck in the cell and you've made it so good. You're getting inspiration.
I just
Yay.
give like the single finger over my mouth of shh.
And when you do that, I make another sound coming from the room that obviously a bunch of people are in.
This
Very
would be
loud
annoying.
sound, like like when a gong goes gong.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just like do that and then like chimes clanging, please?
Yeah. If you like, you can roll the check just to see how like obnoxious it actually is, but it's successful either way.
Yeah.
But Liu Shang, you can roll another athletics, and then Shizukeza, you're at the window, and
it's bars, right?
yeah, they have metal bars blocking it, but otherwise like the screens are open and stuff, letting the night air in. It's very refreshing for Fang, but very challenging predicament.
Could I possibly, um, using the act of, using thieves' tools and part of my gear being a crowbar, uh, you know, samurai crowbar, could I not try and pry the bars off to, yank them from the window, but more so could I pry maybe two of them apart far enough for me to squeeze through into the room?
You could try. Yeah, you can. That would be, I'd say, still using an athletics check, but with an advantage. And I have set the DC.
Okay, so athletics.
With advantage.
Oh boy, I have a -1. I believe in the heart of the cards.
I will tell you it's impossible with a -1. So yeah, you are unable to kind of get it open, but you're in place, and then Liu Shangde kind of like doing the monkey bars across these roof, like the handholds he's able to find. He's doing the monkey bars almost to get over to you, and you join him at the window, Liu Shangde.
so we're on. So we're hanging at the edge of on the edge of the roof, and there's bars on the window that we are trying to get over the ledge inside.
Yes, if this is the window, and forgive the crazy drawing, you like went this way, and you're hanging right here.
Okay. You would try to find a place to just tap him on the shoulder without saying something, and trying to still hold on. Just try to take the crowbar out of his hands.
You want to try it? Okay. Yeah, you can trade spots if you will, without having to re-roll the checks.
Not roll well.
Was that with
You have
advantage?
inspiration.
Oh yeah, let's use inspiration.
Ooh. Yeah.
Man, we didn't roll higher than a 5.
Well, unfortunately, the crowbar is just not working. You can't get the proper leverage while you're hanging up and stuff. Kaori, will you please roll for me a perception?
Sure. I'm kind of playing scout. 16.
Okay. So you can see that the lower two towers, the ones on the bottom, the guards there are just paying attention around the surrounding areas because you have the height of elevation on them. Nobody can really see onto the tower, but the one across from you, you can see that one of the guards is like peering over, and he sees like the guard pacing what looks to be on the crane that Liu Shang propped up, but the guy seems to be a little suspicious. But because the guard appears to be alive and stuff, just he disregards. But yeah, it seems like his perception
Can
was...
I don one of their outfits?
Oh.
Like not their whole getup, but like
Just...
the hat and the jacket.
Yeah,
It just
easily
looked
enough.
like, yeah. So instead of going with them, I'm playing cover right now. So I'm walking around, and every now and then I walk to one of the guys that Lucien Day had propped up, and I act like I'm talking to him, and then I walk somewhere else. Like I fully sell guard on duty.
Beautiful. You can roll performance with advantage, and I have lowered the DC accordingly. Yeah.
Total 20.
Beat it by 10. So.
Nice.
Yeah, you're diffused that situation. The only thing you're gonna have to worry about next is when the next guard change is most likely gonna happen, which you have hours. So most likely everything's good until something's not good. At the window and at the cell, what are you all doing?
Making more distractions on the roof, over here. There's just water dripping everywhere, and obviously the wind is howling. Just saying.
Can we see into his cell?
Yeah, you can see that there's his arms are in the guard, like the fully encased metal like gauntlet things. But apart from that, he's kind of almost glowing with this star magic.
At this point, he says he looks down to his he kind of let go of the roof, grab the sword, misty step inside the room.
Nice. So yeah, that absolutely works, and you draw the blade, and just quick as a blink of an eye, you appear right next to Feng.
And say, it's like, we gotta get out of here before whoever's making all that noise wakes up, alerts the guards.
You get your inspiration back. That was amazing.
Are we? I see. There's been all night.
And I don't know. I mean, it's a metal chain. I don't have lockpick, but can I take the magical katana and then just bing and cut the chain?
Yeah, go ahead and roll roll an attack, more for the precision to see if you can get the gauntlet open at the same time, or just cut it loose. Yeah, expert slice. A year and a half as a farmer has not dulled your samurai senses, and you cut one of the gauntlets completely off, and in slow motion it opens up, and the chain kind of splintering. Whoosh, and Feng, you have one hand free.
Excellent. The music just turned on for me because we got this thing started.
Yeah, it's gotten louder, but I heard him start it after I teleported.
At this... Okay, sorry. We don't have an actual initiative happening.
No, you're not actually in a turn order, so you can all kind of act reasonably together.
I make the wind howl still, like it's still howling. With that roll, I rolled previously for what I know of this place. Do I know how to get to the roof from here?
It's directly above you, like you're at the top floor of this tower.
Okay, and I saw the general go downstairs, right?
Yeah, if this staircase actually isn't there. It's this type of staircase that leads up to your tower. The other one would go
Okay.
to the basement levels. So you can either descend down into the, we'll call it the lobby, or you can try to get out the window or up through the roof.
Well, there's been a lot of noise in the lobby, so I think going up would be the best way. Do I know of a way to get onto the roof?
Looking up,
Or-
you can see the roof you've looked at for the last 2 days. There's
Yes.
no hatch or opening to it. On the top half, it's covered with tiles and stuff, but there's no like doors. There's
Is
just
there a window to get out that I could?
there's the
slide
4
out?
windows, one on each corner or one on each side, but they all have the bars. And Shizukeza is still right there on the other side of the window.
Okay. Let me look. Whoa. Can I cast? Oh, what is it? I know I have the ability to create an area where no sound can happen.
Silence?
Yeah, that one.
Yes, silence. I think that's
I
a
think I have
20-foot
that.
radius.
Yep. And it's
Silence.
just an auto do.
Yep, I do that over here on the window. And I say, they shan't hear us. Put all your strength into it, boy.
I hope you say that before you cast silence.
Oh, yeah.
He goes over and reaches through the bars, trying to. It's like, give me the crowbar.
You hear nothing, but you can see, and so yeah.
He reaches through. I give him a high five.
Crowbar. Gesturing to the crowbar and then pointing to himself.
I mean, my crowbar would, at this point, after it not failing, it'd be back in like my bag. So you're just pointing at like my waist.
He'll mime the pulling on the bars with his hands.
Oh, I will then pull out my crowbar and hand it through the bars.
Now that he's on the level ground inside, he will try this again.
Okay, that is with advantage, right? Did you roll with advantage?
Not yet, but
Okay, because neither of those are enough to open the bars.
Can I give him guidance before I do that? Like, I would have. Sorry, I forgot I had guidance. I would have given him guidance before I did this. Can I use my points to give him
they're
a
both
1d4?
They're both concentration.
Oh, are they? Okay, never
Mhm.
mind. Sadness.
it is well built, apparently.
How long does the silence last?
Hold on. Silence lasts for 10 minutes.
Okay, so yeah, you can try again if you want.
You did get your inspiration back, Eric.
Are you rolling double natural ones?
Yes.
Yay!
with the inspiration. You think of Sato back home and you're trapped here. You know there's a million guards downstairs. No, you can't have that. And you give it all your might, and without a single noise, the bar pops out, the wood breaks, splinters kind of fly out from the window, and there's now an opening just big enough to maybe squeeze through.
Point to her, him to go first, and with the ninja still out there.
I would make my way out. What is out here? It's all gray, by the way.
So that's like the first floor area. You're actually underneath the roof, so you'd either have to climb like hands overhead to like climb the roof on the underside to get to the top, or Kaori, with roll a perception, because you can probably see kind of what's going on here, and maybe another well-placed arrow would help.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to do my best to fly. It's night, right? We're in the dark. Actually, it doesn't even need to be night. It just needs to be dark.
Kaori, you see
Oh,
this.
crud, yeah.
Oh, Snapples.
Oh,
I fly out,
You just
and
jump out.
yeah,
All right.
I'm trying to find where it is for me to check mark the fly.
It is under your
Steps of
features and
night.
traits. Yeah.
Yeah. So I steps of night out, and I can. Oh yeah, that's it. Thank you. I steps of night out, and I go for a walk in the darkness to wherever they are telling me to go, but quickly because I want to get there in a minute.
Do you cancel the silence spell?
Once Liu Shang Day is out, I do.
Oh, I just realized something. Shizukeza, roll a dex save.
Okay. 19.
Okay. So as it's all silent still, but the bar pops out with this kind of the wood splinters and it breaks free, and it kind of like is spinning past your head, and you realize there's all those guards down there. You catch it with one hand and like stow it into your bag, or you toss it. I don't know. You toss it back through. It's all silent, so
Yeah, I'd probably toss it back inside.
yeah. Eerily, no sound. It just bounces on the ground and rolls in place. And then Fang, you just dive bomb out.
Yeah, I would just at this point I would fly out, probably up to where I think they came from, which I think is going to be on the roof. I might need to roll a perception for where I'm supposed to go. I don't know.
Let's go back here.
I signal to Shizuka, sorry,
Zuki.
blah blah
I
blah.
think.
Shizukeza.
Shinsi. I signal to Shinsi to lead the way.
So you can
I also wanted to roll that perception. But is it in here? Oh, there. I have a perception roll. Yeah. Oh, I think I know where I need to go with that.
well, you can see the rope, yeah, stretching up.
Yeah. In that case, I would try to stealthily get over to Kaori.
Okay, so you can just fly, right?
I can fly
So
for a
Kaori,
minute.
you can see the Star Reader laced with this almost blue shimmery field of magic about him. Just go through the window, floating, and begin to ascend up towards your tower.
I would like to roll a perception check to see where everybody's attention currently is.
Okay. Go ahead and re-roll.
After the silence,
Yeah.
Okay. You probably with a 9, you're noticing more the magical Star Reader doing something that you've really never seen anybody do in your entire life, which is flying.
Not something many people can do.
Yeah. As you land, probably with me, I'm just staring at you, just befuddled over what I just saw.
Honestly, yeah, seeing that happen and knowing that there were soldiers underneath me, could I do a perception check to see if they are suddenly looking up?
Yes.
23.
Shoot, that is a good point. The ones below do not seem to notice. However, you look down at the tower, and you can see those ones are kind of running over and looking.
As soon as I clear the tower, I duck down. I don't want to be obvious.
With the 23, does it look like they've absolutely seen
Yes.
it? Okay. All right, then I am.
Is it just? Oh, I don't know. Never mind. Sorry, I can't ask that question.
I am then gesturing to Liu Shang to go ahead and like make the motion of I'll handle this.
Okay. Lu Xingde, you're still inside, but there's the opening. You just saw the elf just take off through the window and begin to fly.
Shocked. He like, okay. He needs our help. Or he needs our help. Um, and I will get out the window and then try to get back up on the roof to get to the rope.
Okay. Go ahead and roll athletics to climb back over. Easy. We take off the silent spell. I used you as a token for that. Okay, and then Shizukeza, you said you were going to handle it. What are you doing?
Yeah, could I possibly persuade you into an acrobatics to say grabbing the edge of the rooftop and flipping myself back up onto it?
Yeah, that would be kind of like a flying leap, kicking off from the windowsill, catching
Yeah.
the roof ledge, and like doing the reverse flip over back onto the top.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
So acrobatics, 11.
Would you like to have your inspiration that I've been waiting to give to you?
Sure.
You may have an inspiration, and you may use it.
18.
There you go.
That will be successful. So yes,
So-
you are on the rooftop.
As I flip myself up, and as the archers are distracted with the sudden appearance of a flying escaped prisoner, I would like to begin kind of running my way down the roof towards that tower.
Okay.
Doing the ninja run towards that tower.
Okay. So.
Well, he's going. It looks like. Never mind.
No, go ahead.
I was thinking about casting Shield of Faith on him.
Is that a touch
'Cause-
spell? Because I don't think you're.
No,
able to touch
it is a range area 60 feet. Surrounds a creature of your choice within range of 60 feet. Virtual somatic.
Yeah, I'd say you'd be able to do that. Yeah, he's running down across the way, but you can see him. You're actually much higher up now, 20 feet higher.
Yeah, then I would probably cast that on him. What Kaori would see is all of a sudden, like, I'm just focusing on him, and you see my hands move through the air, and as they reach specific places in front of me, it almost looks like a little bit of light is left behind. And if you were really, really literate in constellations, you would probably recognize it, but it probably being one of the lesser known constellations, you probably wouldn't recognize it. But it is, in fact, a set of constellations I drew in the sky to create a spell of Shield of Faith on Senshi, because his last name is easier to pronounce.
Sweet.
So you feel almost like a warmth around you as the magic is cast, and you will have the +2 armor.
Sweet.
I can post it. There you go.
As I'm running to the edge, I'm above the tower. What is it?
So it's on the mountain. So the upper tower is 60 feet.
Because I'm running my edge to this lower one.
This
yeah.
one is 40 feet. This is also 60 feet, but it's also lower down. So we'll say it's actually something like 10 feet higher because of the incline, even though it's a taller tower.
Okay. Well, as I'm running, I will indeed try and leap to the tower.
All right, go for it.
May I use acrobatics again? Yeah.
So a running jump think
It's
that would still be
based off of
athletics.
athletics.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh boy. This is terrifying.
As I do this, I would look at Kaori and ask, "Are we planning on making a boom before we leave, or just leaving?"
Uh, uh, excuse me, I've never seen someone fly before. I lost my train of thought for a second. The idea was to leave without causing a commotion, and unfortunately, the commotion has begun. Um, Please make your way down to the ground post haste on the other side of this tower. I have 2 guards there waiting to escort you.
Would you have told me people are coming?
I told you that the castle was now on alert.
Oh, okay. I was just wondering, do I notice these people over here? Is what I wanted to know.
Kaori has seen them, but no one else. They're
Can I
still
roll
riding up the trail. They're not like exactly here.
Okay, can I roll a perception to see if I notice them?
Sure.
19.
So yeah, with a 19, you would be able to see there's 4 horsemen approaching, kind of at
Do
a
I
light trot.
Do I recognize them?
No, they're definitely samurai of some sort. They're armored with the face masked helms. One of them, actually 3 of them have horns on their helms, and then that's as far as you can see from there. You also see Shizukeza leap from the tower, kind of like claw at the stone as he's trying to reach the top, and begins to fall and catches with one hand onto one of the. It's not a window because there's none on the second or third stories, but you catch onto like the rock ledge, and you kind of hang there for a second.
Okay, I will, I guess, pop down, do what Kaori told me, and before I do that, I'll cast Eyes of Night on her. Because it's cool.
Oh.
Everything about this, just she just saw a flying high elf, and now suddenly she can see the dark, and now she has like perfect dark vision up to 300 feet.
Yeah, and I
On
think
an archer.
That's why I did it, is because I noticed she has a bow, and I'm like, yeah.
for kind of what this looks like, I feel like is like dark vision describes it as like grays, but I feel like everything is just like almost has a silver outline about it. So when you're seeing in the darkness, you can still see the shapes of everything, but almost like traced in silver light. I think that would be very fitting.
I'm trying to think of what I can do to help people before I make my escape, because otherwise it feels like I haven't done anything this whole game.
Since you've done so much, you have no idea. Since I have the Eyes of Night, do I notice these people noticing our flying friend?
Oh, they have definitely. You can see that they're like looking down over the edge towards where he had jumped. And before we do anything else, Liu Shang Day, you've climbed back over to the top, and I want to make sure that you've got a chance to do those 2. You can make your one final check to climb back up to the tower via the rope, if that's what you wish to do.
Yeah, he's not. If he's going back the way he came.
Okay, yeah, you're able to make it. You kind of climb over, almost bumping into the guard that's still on the crane, the dead guard that you killed. Yeah,
that was standing post.
Now, is it pretty obvious that people know things are going on now?
There seems to be some shouting, primarily from this tower over here. However, the guards in the barracks they're like still not really paying attention. There's been so much false alarms and noise, and just this has been going on for a whole day that not everybody's like, it's like the boy who cried wolf. Nobody's really taking it seriously except for the tower. And then did you roll perception?
No, but I can.
Yeah, you can roll perception. With the 24, you notice that also this tower is also paying attention, and the crew is like wheeling the cannon to face you.
That's what I was wondering. So he will take this cannon over here, Assuming I still have 10 left, we're not in
Yeah.
10 order. He'll take this cannon that we have and start aiming it at them.
And Kaori is gonna. So he's taken one direction that I was thinking, so I will take the other. Kaori's gonna get to here, and she's going to draw her bow now with 300 feet of dark vision and seeing these guys perfectly. She's gonna draw her bow and take aim.
Okay. Let's roll.
We're both
initiative.
eliminating the problems at this point, while our friend flies their way. Ah!
No! I
Are we
think
all
she should.
rolling initiative?
This
I
is
think-
my
Yes,
fourth
please.
natural one this whole game.
I
There've
think
been
she-
a lot.
Bruh.
Okay,
Oh, that's easy.
Hey. There's a natural 20.
initiative?
Oh,
So, Liu Shang Day, as we shift into initiative, you've used like the spinning arm to kind of rotate this cannon over. You know it's already loaded, it just needs the flame brand on the ignition.
Can I?
Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry. What I have? Can I mute what I did before, where I'm not climbing down, but I did do the sounds? I
yeah,
typed it in.
Yeah, no, you did the sounds. You're still on the top of the tower.
Okay. Cool.
So, Liu Shang Day, what would you like to do?
he's probably never used a cannon before, but he can tell that Kaori is going to be better with a bow than dealing with the cannon, so he will try to aim kind of over at this hero, but a little below, not a little bit low, because if he misses low, the tower can still kind of shake and collapse. If he misses high, it's going to go beyond.
Okay.
And he will grab the torch and say, and it's like, light the cannon.
Okay. This would be artillery, so go ahead and roll an intelligence, I guess?
So he would say, I guess stealth is he'd say, I guess stealth is over.
Yeah, I think for cannoneering it would be like a gunnery skill, which I think is the closest thing, would just be rolling
It's
an
not going to be
intelligence.
good for him, but
Okay.
Can I assist him in this?
Sorry,
I'm so used to the other game where
yeah.
like we can assist.
Oh, yeah. No, so the cannon goes off. Go ahead. And does anyone have a fireball spell handy?
I have
I think.
If not, you can just roll the dice in there.
guiding bolts.
So fireball is 8d6.
Oh, I have 4d6.
I'll just let Eric do it. He can type it.
Cool.
Okay.
Nice.
So the cannon
Beautiful.
goes boom. There's a eruption of flames, smoke, and gunpowder and soot. And the cannon kind of like ricochets back, which you might not have been fully expecting, and you kind of you're lucky you weren't behind it.
If I knew that they were better at aiming a cannon than me, I would have let them do it. But
Yeah,
now I don't know that.
it's a good thing you rolled low, because you would have missed the guys on the top. But you hit the tower. Roll percentile dice to see how much of an overcompensation you made by shooting low. Okay, so that's not super bad. So you actually would have hit just underneath like the flooring, so you don't hit the gunpowder section. But the rock and splinter explodes around, and everybody on the roof does lose their footing. I will roll. Actually, I'll roll a dex save for the gunner.
Maybe I should next time aim for the gunpowder stores.
Okay.
You don't know where they're at though, technically.
So the The gunner maintains his torch and doesn't like drop it on accident. So, but yeah, you do 30 points of damage to the tower. That is your action. Anything else?
I don't know necessarily how to reload a cannon, do I?
You know it involves one of the kegs of gunpowder, or at least the gunpowder within the keg, and you probably need another cannonball. And maybe there's other materials like cleaning it, or maybe you don't need to clean it.
Now, he did say that the store's in the middle there, but he's a samurai fighter. He doesn't know much about cannons. She's not climbing down yet, is she? She's staying uphill? Or he, sorry. It's Becca, it's the character, sorry. My pronoun keeps going to the wrong gender.
Did you say something about Becca?
You're still in the tower, yes.
Oh, yeah.
I keep calling you a character C because you're playing the character, but the character's a male elf.
Oh, yeah. I get it. I have that same problem when I'm playing with the he/she. She. It's fine. I get what you mean. If I can hear you.
He doesn't have enough knowledge of how to reload a cannon, I think. So he's gonna move over and get ready to go down after her.
After seeing me fly, I'm not. I don't know if you would. Would you wait for me to go first?
At least one round. I don't know how often you can do that.
True.
So that's it. I'm done.
Okay. Shizukeza, you are currently hanging on the tower.
Mm-hmm. And it would most likely be athletics to climb up, huh?
If you're climbing, yes.
So I'm gonna do something interesting. As my bonus action, are they looking over the edge? Can I see them looking over the edge?
There's two guys who are looking over.
Okay. Kind of like one hand holding onto the edge, I will use my bonus action to steady aim as I second hand quickly grab one of my daggers and try and just chuck it into the face of this guy.
Nice. Go for it.
So advantage with my dagger. 12.
This is an archer. That might hit. Let me see. No, it just misses.
Dang.
So the blade spins up and he kind of like whips his head out from looking down and almost gets nicked in the face.
Well, that is my turn.
Okay. No movement or anything?
I can't move because I steady aimed.
Okay. Feng. Are you be right backing?
Sorry, were you talking to me?
Yes, it's your turn.
Oh, sorry. I was telling the kids to brush their teeth.
I figured.
Sorry.
You're good.
I had what I was gonna do. I think it was hold person on the person with the cannon. And, but that, I think, is a concentration spell. Let me double check. Hold person is concentration, so it's gonna take away the 2 I gave to him, but I really just don't want to get hit by a cannon. Does it look like he's still able to shoot a cannon at us?
If they get back up, it's already pointed in your direction, so yes.
Yeah, let's hold person. I don't want a cannon being shot at us.
Okay.
And then I will go ahead and start making my way down that as fast as I can. I'm not really worried about carefulness because I can always just fly.
Okay, so
what do I roll for this?
This is a wisdom save, I believe. So for me, here, are you doing it at first level or is it a second level spell? Oh, it's a second level.
I think it only affects more people at second level. I'm mainly concerned about the person with the
All
cannon.
person was second level spell.
It is. I just checked. So it's a
Ooh.
wisdom for me. So yeah, he's getting up, and all of a sudden, what does this look like? You trace another constellation.
Yeah, that's actually what I would do. It would be a somatic tracing, and as I'm doing it, I I'm holding my actual symbol that I have as a necklace. I don't know why they didn't take it away from me when I got captured. They probably didn't know enough about Star Readers, but I'm literally holding my symbol um, pendant necklace as I'm doing this, and because it's made out of iron, and tracing another constellation that is different from the first that I traced.
Mm-hmm.
But I think as I'm doing it, the iron is where the magic is being focused through.
Yeah, and he kind of seizes up. He's like trying to get back up from the shaking tower, but he locks up and he can't get up.
Yeah, and then I just kind of make my way as quickly down the tower as I can.
Okay. Are you just jumping and gliding down, or
I
climbing down the
could.
rope?
I'm Oh, if there's a rope, I could just do it as quickly as I can, and if I fall, I can fly. Like
Okay.
I'm really not worried about that. I want to get down as fast as I can so Liu Shang can get down as fast as he can.
Sure.
Don't want to be that slow person that you're just waiting for, you know?
Okay. So these guards get back up and run to the edge, and they're gonna shoot arrows over at. Wait, why is there two Shizukes? They're gonna shoot at Liu Shang Day. So here it comes. Pretend these are archers.
Ooh.
Okay. So let me roll archer damage because actually archers are 1d8. I'm gonna do
That's
it.
gonna hurt, but I have some hit points.
So that is going to be 15 plus 2, so that is 17 for the crit, and a 13 I presume misses.
Yes.
So 17 damage as the first arrow flies through the night and kind of takes you into it hits your armor and kind of punctures a little bit. And then the third guy is stuck. Down here, there's two archers that are going to kind of peer back and shoot down at Shizukeza. So I'm going to do the same thing.
The first one misses, the second one hits. So is that 4 or 8?
It's a d8 plus 2, so 5. I'm not really sure what the longsword is. I guess it is rolling a d8, but I'll roll my own damage since it's not set up properly. So that's 5 points as one arrow kind of nicks you as well on its way down. The third guy is going to run over and start. He's going to use his action to wield the cannon to face the tower that just shot. And these guards don't have a shot, so they're going to just try to pay attention to what's going on. And then you hear a bunch of activity from below. Kaori.
Okay, so Kaori is going to take her first shot at the guy with the cannon.
Okay.
And we're going to sharpshooter. For an 18 to hit.
A definite hit.
21 points of piercing damage to this guy.
Whoosh.
Awesome. Second shots go into this guy. An 8.
That misses. Kind of just flies overhead with a whistle.
Let's see. Yeah, sure. Why not? We're going to action surge.
Nice.
Shot at him again. Total of 20.
Yeah, that one hits him.
18 points. Final shots go into the last guy on that roof. 8. Damn it.
That one misses.
That does miss. That's the end of my turn.
Okay. Liu Shang Day.
He got an arrow to a bad spot. He's going to stumble over, pulling the arrow out, thinking back to his family back home and having making it back to them, and he's going to grab a hold of the rope, and using the rope and the pitons, he's going to start climbing down.
Okay. Go ahead and roll athletics with advantage, since there's the pitons and the rope. Whichever one you're using will give advantage.
He does, for a moment, think about dropping the torch down into the where all the gunpowder is, but he has no idea how long that's going to last, and we're still on this tower.
Okay. Yeah, you're easily able to get down. Shizukai's
This guy's still peering over the edge?
yeah, startled because he's taken an arrow just over his head. He's now looking more towards the tower than at you.
Alright. I really want to do this. I'm going to steady aim again to try and chuck a dagger at him.
Sure.
Well, that's a natural 20, and I got sneak attack because it was with advantage.
How do you kill him?
If he's busy looking at the other tower, and all of a sudden a dagger comes up from the bottom of his mouth, pierces straight through.
He drops the bow. The arrow just kind of falls, floats almost down to the ground below, and he crumples back into the tower dead.
Could I maybe suggest that he stumbles forward instead and falls
Sure.
off?
Yes. Tempted to throw in a Wilhelm scream, but he falls.
And because I steadied aimed for that, that is my turn. Yes.
Okay. So Feng, you're down to the bottom of the tower at this point. What would you like to do? There's two more samurai who are kind of running towards you, but these look to be friend, not foe. She might be tied up with the kids again.
Sorry. Yeah, I was just getting upstairs. I'm pretty much just booking it on my way down.
Okay.
I don't know if I need to roll anything for that.
Yep, no, the samurai will kind of guide you. They run up just to get close to you, and then they'll start leading you away.
Before I go, I do have I already oh okay. Those people, do I see them over the edge?
You don't see where those people that were. Oh, which people? Oh, the tower people?
Yeah, over on the right.
No, because the tower's in between you.
Okay, but I know the distance. I'm just wondering, would I be able to cast sleep over there?
If you know the distance, yes.
In that case, can I cast sleep, please, over there?
Sure.
Okay. Sorry. Did that actually cast
so
it?
you need to roll, what, 5d8? Do you want me to do that for you, or can you do it on the Roll20?
Hold on. There we
You
go.
can just tap the 5d8 button in 20. 5d8 is pink. Just tap that.
There we go.
There you go. Jesus, nice roll.
Nobody's actually been injured on this side, so you just missed the third guy, but he is the held person. Is this sweep a concentration or no? So your hold.
No,
person
it is
still
not.
on.
That is why I was doing that instead of an actual attack.
Okay,
I
those
could
two.
have done guiding bolt, but I was like, let's get all of them with sleep.
Yeah, the two archers just kind of like fall down to the ground. The person who's being held is still restrained. He failed his check on his turn. So.
Sweet, cool. My job is done. I exit.
Okay, so yeah, the samurai kind of grab you and start to run to where the horses are all made ready at the tree line. We'll move this guy up here. That is the bad guy's turn. There seems to be guards now assembling at the bottom of the tower, kind of running around and trying to secure the perimeter. Actually, they probably would go up to check on the prisoner and they'd find he's escaped, so they're still tied up on the inside. But for the ones on the outside, The 3 archers are going to shoot at Shizukeza, so you're going to take 3 more arrow attacks.
All of them hit.
Okay, and I'll roll just 3d8 plus the 6, so that is 22 damage.
Ooh.
Are you up?
I am.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, your arrows to the back as you thump, 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 thump. And the horsemen seem to be getting closer as well. Kaori.
Okay, so Kaori is going to this guy. These 2 guys are asleep.
Yes.
Okay, so she's gonna take a shot at this guy. Hey, arrow sounds. Yes, I'm gonna take a shot at this guy that's loading the cannon.
Okay.
22 to hit for 21 points of
Yeah.
piercing damage.
You just pierce him through the neck, and he just crumples to the ground in a heap. The torch rolls free from his hand. He's dead.
Awesome. Can I still see this guy coming?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
From the tower, because you're the taller one, and they're not really concealing their position.
Okay, I'm gonna make an annoyance for those guys. So how are they at the horses yet?
They're sprinting to the horses where Samurai A is.
Okay, got it.
So basically one round they can run across.
Okay, got it. So I want to take a shot at who looks the weakest in this collection?
Roll a perception.
Show me a weakness. Who has the least amount of armor? I guess would probably be the best way to look
least
at it.
amount of armor is the guy on here.
Okay, I'm gonna take my shot at him.
Okay.
And it's not going to be a sharpshooter shot because I want to do something different. Fuck me, man. Ugh.
How many natural ones? 5 now?
That's my
6?
5th one tonight. Jesus.
That is...
I had a getaway plan for us too. Damn it.
Well, do you...
And I don't have any inspiration.
Yeah, can you do I guess you already shot the other guy on the other side.
Oh,
Could
yeah.
Could I have donated my inspiration to her? Made her feel inspired when I gave her the really good vision?
I feel like I really want to say yes to see some cool stuff, so if nobody feels like I'm trying to go easy on you, I don't mind.
It was me being grateful and inspiring you to,
Yeah, if you wish to
help us
donate your
escape.
inspiration, you can. I already decided that if you wanted to use it to negatively affect an enemy, I already was going to do that. So donating to
Cool.
a player is okay with me.
Can I do it to positively help our player?
Yes, I will allow it.
Cool.
Positively inspire a player. Perfect. 14.
Let's see, for this guy, that just hits.
Yes.
Perfect.
Barely. But
As I do that, I mutter a prayer to the sun, and I turn it into a grasping arrow.
Ooh.
So that actually takes a radius too.
Okay. So they are 10 feet reduced. What's the radius? I'm sorry, I don't see it.
Maybe I misread that. I thought it turned into a patch, but I think I'm wrong. So essentially he just gets covered in vines. Like he gets hit with an arrow, and then the arrow just expands into vines and like wraps around him. And since I read my grasping arrow properly now, my hope for that is to distract them from be like, what the hell just happened? And then I'm going to use all of my movement to climb down after Lushende.
Okay, sure. So you did 9 plus the 12 plus the 11, or does he roll a con save?
9 plus 11. There is no con save to that.
Okay.
It's just a
So that's 32.
it's just the damage. So it's no, it's 20. Just 20 points.
Oh.
Because the other one is
because if it's
my
a
thorn enemy.
Got it. Okay, so 20. Okay. That doesn't kill him, but all of a sudden he's knocked free from his saddle, grasped with all these vines, and he kind of drops to the ground. The horse rears. The other ones look back and forth and begin to spread. Though I guess it's not their turn, so they will on their turn. Liu Shang Day.
I'm all the way to the ground.
You are now, yes.
We don't have any enemies this side of the castle to fight. So, where would all horses be?
Samurai A has them, and you can just dash across the field with one turn if that's what you're wishing to do.
Oh, he has all the horses? I thought he just had, like, his horse.
He's moved them.
Okay. Things did not go wrong, so he moves over. Yeah.
Okay. And
And he passes by here, say, "This way, we have horses waiting."
Shizukeza.
Yes, I will begin climbing down.
Okay. You know what to do.
Yeah. Nope.
Oh my
So what's
goodness.
happening with him?
You are having a terrible night.
Epic failures. That's what's happening.
You want to roll a dex save?
Sure.
Oh my god! It's not me!
So, let's see. You jumped off the 40-foot building to the tower, which would have been 50 feet, but you missed that, and so you would have slipped down another 10. So you would have been, what, 40?
Mm-hmm.
Ah, man. I'm trying to think of how I can not kill you. Here comes the fall damage.
Well, I'm knocked out.
Okay. So, yeah. You fall into kind of an embankment of snow at the bottom, so you
Wait.
don't break anything. But, yeah.
I was.
You're on the ground far away.
And on top of that, if I go back here just really quick, there are all the guards and stuff, though they're all like right around you, basically. So they would all be running over.
Welcome to character creation.
So, Fang, on your turn, what are you doing?
Okay. He just fell. I want to see a range. Oh, crud, 50 feet. I'm trying to think of what I can do. 'Cause Cure Wounds is, yeah. I don't know if I can get over to him. Yeah, because that's touch. Can I move? So it's 50 feet over there. Over there. Can I move 20 feet to be within 30 feet of him? So Q, 10, 15, 20. Sorry. I'm gonna move 5, 10, 15, 20, which means I'm within 30 feet of my friend, and I'm going to cast this, and I can use my bonus action to cause one creature in the area, including you, to regain 2d6 hit points.
Oh.
I love that spell.
And
That is smart.
that is what I can do for my friend before I say it's time to book it out.
Okay.
I hope that helped a little bit.
Yeah, so Shizukeza, you can you feel kind of this vitality revive you and you jerk yourself awake. Fang, do you want to take the rest of your movement to, you said, run away?
Yeah, because I think that was an action to do. Do I have more movement? I moved 20 feet.
Yeah, so you have another 10.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
samurais would be screaming at you to follow them.
Yeah. I would go back 10 feet.
Yeah, and actually the guards seeing you, those ones that were on the other map, I can move them over.
I can't just leave them there because, he helped me get out, so I'll do what I can, and I hope he can book it out of there.
Okay, this guy is not there. They're the
Yeah.
guards.
I don't want you to die. I was joking when I said welcome to character creation.
Let's do this. So the guards were running towards Shizukeza. However, when they see you, they start to run towards you instead.
Oh yeah, they want to kill me. I know this already.
But they don't. Let's see. I don't think they actually have. No, I guess they can just about reach you. So they begin to swarm up and over, and then 3 of them are going to try to spear you.
Oh, of course they are.
I put the wrong music on. Oh well, we'll have.
Yeah.
It sounds like I'm about to die.
Well, let's see.
This is your goodbye music. This is your goodbye music.
It's time to say goodbye. Goodbye.
Okay, so you take 19 damage from the spears. Let's turn that off.
That was horrible music, Adrian.
Yeah,
That was perfectly timed music. I'm not mad about that at all.
The other guards, there's 2 over here. Yeah, they would come up and try to check Shizukeza. However, they think you're dead. I don't think they would spear you because you're lying there. I think they would look at you and then one's going to run towards the tower to try to go check on the upstairs.
Well, was that all of the damage, Adrian?
Yeah, these guys only have 1 attack.
So 13?
19.
Oh, 19. Gosh, that still does quite a bit to me.
Alrighty. Am I down at the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay, so down at the bottom, I see our friend getting surrounded, which I am not a fan of. And so I will draw my bow and take 2 sharpshooter shots. We're gonna do this one that's first at melee for 7. God!
Do you want to roll real dice, you guys? This is so bad.
We're towards
We
the
did
end
real
now.
dice before. We did. And it was wonderful. It was clicky clankies.
Second attack, same guy. 22.
Yeah, that's 1-shot kill. That you goes down.
Okay, and that is the end of my turn. Yeah, because I probably used all of my movement to get down, so.
Yeah. Liu Shang Day.
You're
mounted.
So they haven't moved. Oh, there's guards after back there. Have come up there after them. Okay. He made it to the horses. He looks back and realizes that the gods have come up. He's going to try to grab all the horses except for the horse that Samurai A is on, and try to mount one and run all the horses back over here.
Sure. Yeah. So with a horse's movement, and the samurai would go with you too, because you're all together. You can get back to the group.
Is that going to take my whole turn, or can I do anything once I'm back there?
So mounting it would be an action, really, and then moving.
Bonus action doesn't really.
I don't know what I did.
I mean, I can't use a bonus action unless I either kill someone or I'm using my Misty Step, which is out. Action surge or second wind, but I might wait till I'm back to do those. Okay, so I guess I'll ride back and we'll engage the enemy next round.
Okay, well, with the horses, you'd be able to get back over there. So it's just if you wanted, you could action surge.
What do I have to roll to hold a concentration?
You roll a con
check.
Con check, yeah, and then it's 10 for the damage, so you'd have to beat a 19, I think.
8.
Yeah, let's action surge as and he rides back or sword out. He to slice the guy as he rides up.
Yeah, that's a hit.
I don't even need to roll to know I failed that.
Well, I think the guy is dead. Kaori shot him. For a hold person.
No, for con. The hold person would have gone out when I think I did area of vitality. So that's my current concentration. Do I need to tell you?
To him.
There's 1 HP left.
Well then we will use the second attack.
Oh, I could have done something too.
So he swipes by, swings the sword, and then quickly swings back.
Yep, you kill him. He had 1 hit point. Whoosh.
And I don't think that I would be in a position where I could use the Great Weapon Master to either spot. I mean,
Does the Okatana have reach or no?
I don't know. It's just doesn't have reach, so I don't think I could use the slice through bonus action without looking at that.
Okay. So if that's the case, Shizukeza.
Could I possibly convince you to let me have a surprise attack on this guy because he's not expecting a corpse to suddenly try and stab him?
I would say, yeah, that would be appropriate.
So may I also roll the attack with advantage?
Yes.
Okay. I am not activating my venom on my poison dagger. So just straight attack. Nope.
Is that a 1 on the left? That's a 2.
Yeah.
He's startled. He jerks back, lifts his boot just as you slice up towards his leg, but he's able to dodge it, just barely.
Well, I will then stand up and use my bonus action to dash away.
Do you have the disengage?
I will disengage is what I mean. Bonus action disengage.
Okay. So yeah, he will swing kind of wide, but he's so surprised that he does not get an attack of opportunity on you.
So I get like right here or something, and that's my turn.
I
Probably
stepped
get further away.
back momentarily. How did he get healed? Did our cleric use healing word?
How did I heal? I used area of
Aura.
vitality.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
I just was out of the room when that
Sure.
happened.
Yeah, I was like, what can I do? I don't have that. I was like, I know I have something that can heal. I remember getting it. So I was just trying to figure out which one is it.
My cleric, that's the alien game.
Me, during the entire game, has just been scrolling through my spells, figuring out what can I do. Most of these I can't do because I need my hands. Darn it. But I can do them now. At this point, it is my turn, and I'm gonna step 5 foot that way, cast Word of Radiance. That was really bad.
Did you need to roll an attack with that?
I
or-
don't even know.
It's a save.
Oh,
Con
you
save
should
15.
have left.
I should have left. It's fine.
okay, so it's a con save of 15. That's what I needed to know. On top
Yay.
guy or bottom guy?
Both of them.
It's
I roll it
it's
separately
an
for both?
AoE for themselves.
Oh, wow.
No.
Okay, so I presume pass is nothing and then not pass is everything? 10 will kill the guy who didn't pass for sure. That's
Sweet, that'll
that's
be
his hit
good.
points. And
Or take, yeah, it's or take.
so how does this work? What does it look like?
I probably did, I actually wouldn't have made a constellation. I probably would have just been holding my holy symbol. And, it looks like a mini, you know, like when a star explodes?
Mm-hmm.
Something like that. Yeah.
And
The
guy
creation
just
of a
gets
star.
hit
And
by this and
he just got pelted by 10 radiance and it
Yeah.
killed him.
it's almost like he has got burn marks all over from like ash being
Yeah.
tossed in his face. He's like
I wanna-
he goes to the ground.
I want to disengage and make my way around on the other side of the
I
horses.
don't think you can disengage because you took an action to cast a spell. So disengage is
Oh.
an action unless you're a rogue.
Oh, that's why he could bonus action. Eh.
If you, I mean, but before
I'm gonna run away. Well, Kaori, you'll go before me. Actually, no. I don't think Kaori will go. Oh, wait.
You
Do all of those guys go on the same turn, Adrian?
Yeah.
So they're gonna go after me?
Yeah.
Oh, before Kaori?
Yep.
Let's just see what happens if I run away between me and the horses. No disengage.
Okay. He tries to stab at you.
He stabs me.
How am I rolling all these high ones and you guys are rolling all these low ones? It's ridiculous. You take 10 points as he
Oh, that
spears you.
sucks. Really bad because I just passed out.
Are you down?
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So Feng collapses into the snow, and the spearman gets to go next. He's gonna look from Liu Shang to Kaori, and the mounted samurai with the really long sword makes him no, and he turns towards Kaori and with a battle cry is gonna run at you and try to pierce you with his spear for a 9. Okay, and then Shizukeza, this guy's chasing after you and he's gonna try to stab you also with his spear. 14.
14 unfortunately hits.
Let's see, I have to roll a d8. Ah, wrong. Those are d6s. Plus 2 is 6 points.
Okay.
And that's
Are
all,
you still up?
Barely.
Man, because I think I healed you 6 points.
Or 7, I'm pretty
9.
sure.
Oh, a 9. Oh, dear Lord, thank you. You could have run away further than that, by the way, on your last turn.
Oh, he had to get up for half movement.
Oh, I see.
So, Kaori, it's up to you.
So I'm gonna shout to the samurais and give them direct orders. Um, grab the Starfinder and go. And then I'm gonna turn to this guy and I'll pull out. Oh, Snapples! I just closed out of Roll20. I am going to pull out my 2 short swords and take 2 short sword attacks against him. The first one is a 12.
It's a miss.
Second one is a 15.
And that's enough to drop him. The spear
Awesome.
is a quite a reach advantage, and he thinks he has you at bay, but then you duck under and getting close, and before he knows it, blood's spurting, and he's
Perfect.
dead.
It was what the first sword was doing, was throwing him off.
And then I will make a beeline towards one of the horses that the Shingde had brought over and grab it to get ready to start mounting it. But the samurais, if they can go on my turn, they have their orders to grab Fang and put him on the back of the horse and go.
Oh, I've totally been not giving them their turn. I'm sorry. Yeah, they go down. They'll scoop up Fang and kind of hoist them up to Samurai A's horse, and then mount themselves. And then Samurai A, who would have been holding his action, is going to start charging back over here. Liu Shang.
Horses move 50 feet.
Yeah, about.
Horse goes charging down here, and as he yells, "Feel the tiger of Shu!" As he rides up to him, he yelling battle cry. He can use second fighting spirit, whatever. Yeah,
That's a hit.
24 on the first one.
Yep. Yeah, just enough to lop his head off, if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, so I would give him another attack, but nothing left to attack. Can I see these other guys?
There's more guards if you wish to stay.
Can I use the other attack as an intimidate and just like kind of reel up?
Yeah, you can roll an intimidation check.
Bad roll.
Okay, so yeah, they're marshaling and kind of spears against horses. They think they might be able to take you. Shizukeza.
Yeah. Let's see. I will 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 5, 10, 15, 20. Just start running up, and then action, dash. Get right here, and then I would like to use my bonus action, my cunning action, to hide and once again disappear into the snow with a stealth.
Okay, go ahead and roll the stealth. Okay, as you kind of slide into the snow, you disappear from sight.
Wait.
Fang, roll a death save. That's just 1d20 with no bonuses.
Oh, me! I don't know my own name. Sorry, I'm really enjoying the music.
So yeah, roll a d20. That's one fail. The bads are forming up. There's like more militia that are all coming up along the line. They're all holding spears towards Liu Shangde, but they're not like shoot. They don't have missile weapons, so they're holding firm. That's their turn. They're holding position. Kaori?
Okay, so I am gonna tell the other two samurai to follow A, and I'm gonna instruct. I am gonna instruct B and C to work together to patch up Fang's wounds. So basically, try to perform a medical check, which hopefully would counterbalance the fact that they're on horseback.
Okay.
And I'm going to take off, seeing Senshi disappear into the snow. I'm going to just wager that he is safe, and I'm going to shout to Liu Shangde, we must go, and I will use the horse's movement to take off running, and since I probably can't force the horse to move any faster, I would actually like to turn around, knock an arrow that has written on the side of it, the sun will rise again, and I want to shoot at the large figure. The map, work with me, this guy.
Okay.
I want to shoot at Mr. Red. And I'm shooting with the seeking arrow.
Sure.
Which is heavy. I choose a creature that I've seen within the past minute and fire an arrow that flies towards the creature, moving around corners and ignoring 3/4 cover and half cover. If the target is in range and the path is available, it must make a dexterity saving throw DC 16 or take the arrow's damage plus 1d4 and you learn the target's location.
Sweet.
So I'm trying to figure out if they've advanced or not, and I'm also sending a statement.
Okay. Oh, that's a fail, even with this bonus.
Awesome.
Yeah, so you would know that basically they're getting up to like the barracks and they left the one guy who was entangled in the back. And that does 9 damage.
Yep.
Okay.
And I just sink it straight into his shoulder, just making a very, very upfront statement. And then I take off after my samurai into the woods and disappear.
Liu Shangde.
You.
Are you following as well?
He will turn and say, we shall, yeah, he doesn't want to make it seem like he's like running out of feel. He's still, which is, we shall cross blades again. Turn the horse in.
And Shizuke, are you staying hidden in the snow?
Absolutely. I am following them, but making it so that absolutely no one sees me.
Okay, so you're kind of trailing along, limping, injured, in stealth completely. Fang, I will need you to roll another death save. And
I've rolled 2 before, and I was really happy with rolling that 18.
Oh, I didn't see you roll one.
I thought you said to roll another one, so I did, but I wasn't sure if you actually did want me to, but I had already rolled a second one.
Yeah, so that would be 1 positive too.
Yay.
So they would get you into the trees to where you're no longer visible from the place, and then they'd pull over and try to like pull out put pressure on the wound, and maybe even try to do an emergency stitching on you. But go ahead and roll 1 more death save, and then
I'm wondering if the spare the dying spell I have can be cast on myself if I'm dying.
Nope.
You're unconscious.
Just wondering. That would be great if I could. Oh. Am I dead?
Yes.
What a brutal game this was. Holy crap. So they pull over and pull you off of the horse and lay you down into the snow and kind of pull open your robe where you got speared, and they can see this big gaping wound, and they at first try to put pressure on it, but the blood is just coming up too quick, and they try to pull out some needle and thread to try to close it, but by the time they've actually got material, they can see the light has faded from the Star Reader's eyes.
Oh, that's sad.
And Feng,
Failed.
you are
I am dead.
gone to the
Hey.
Celestials.
Hey, Becca, character
Yeah.
creation.
I already have another character. I don't even need to create one.
Wow. I think the camera is going to zoom out with Kaori and Liu Shang kind of looking down from their horses at your body. And that is where we shall end tonight's session.
Oh,
Holy
wow. That sucks.
Oh.
So bad.
What the hell? That was the worst game I have ever seen players suffer through.
I had a lot of fun with it before I died, though. Like,
Our dice was not on our side tonight.
Dice
This was
hated
really
us.
brutal.
Adrian, next time, can we just roll with real dice?
You can, definitely. I totally forgot to mention that, but yeah.
That sucked so bad.
I'm sorry, guys. I feel so bad for your dice rolls. I think there
I-
must have been about 10 natural ones this game.
I did go into this game prepared to die, because, like, I would rather die than have the information that my character knows be given over to the Shogun.
Yeah.
To
Gosh.
the Barricuda. Yeah.
Yeah, but we came here to rescue you. And it didn't work.
Oh,
Well,
man.
I have to go.
Yeah.
So I work really early in the morning. So I'm not leaving because of the game, because I did have fun despite our
Yeah.
shitty rolls.
It's terrible. I'm so sorry. But yes, thank you all for playing.
I'm
I-
glad I at least saved your character.
I might postpone tomorrow's game. I'm not gonna lie. We'll chat
Oh.
in the Discord later. But thank you all for watching, and I will see you in the next one.